They said, Wack, you know this is like $150 million play. I said, that's cool. Contract him, he'll come down to the office and sign it. That's it. So guess what? When this shit comes out, if I want to talk about it, I can. You're going to say, Wack, how did you get it? The nigga called my phone.
So you're saying, because the allegation was that there was an alleged video of him wearing fishnet and getting a train ran on him by 4 large African American men.
American men? Nobody even mentioned African American people.
No, I'm reading the headline. I don't know if this is real.
Y'all added men. I've never known Oscar De La Hoya to deal with men. Yeah, y'all that nobody ever said Oscar De La Hoya was gay, bro. With men. Nobody ever said that. You capping.
I'm reading the headline.
Listen, let me tell you why this ain't no secret. Oscar De La Hoya talked about it on Club Shay Shay.
He did admit. That's a fact.
So at the end of the day, what it is a lot of y'all people just wasn't around. The shit I'm saying, it ain't nothing new. It just new to y'all.
Yeah, but also, like, again, not because he talked about it. I mean, there was news articles back in 2018 saying Oscar De La Hoya and ex Shannon Moakler at the center of $2 million extortion plot after 2 Instagram models filmed the naked boxer engaged in. So again, there was some extortion involved in that situation.
I don't know what the models did. They could have did some shit. I don't know the models.
And by the way, back then it says DailyMail.com can reveal that the women are now being investigated by the FBI. That they were investigated.
You said 2018?
Well, this when the article came out.
Yeah, because this whole business deal was done like 06, 07, 08, 09, something like that.
So it looks like, again, not saying you did it, but it looks like the feds did try to investigate some type of extortion with Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah, I don't know. Now, somebody else, but you got to remember too, bro. You got to remember. You never know if it's a whole nother situation. You get what I'm saying? This could be a whole nother escapade you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, because you talking some 2018 shit. I don't know nothing about that. And it was like 4 women involved, so I don't really know what you're talking about with that. Because all this shit was like 08, 10 or something like that. So I don't know nothing about that. It could be a whole nother escapade.
That's true. Hey, what's your response to people feeling like, well, I was thinking on the opposite side, saying maybe the feds would try to talk to you, try to ask if you're a victim, which you say you're not, and you say you ain't talk to them. But do you at all are in fear that they might be saying, because they list you as a rival, and for what if they're saying one guy was doing bad?
Act.
Are you nervous that they're investigating you?
Act. Listen to me. Big U has been classified as a Rolling 60 Crip since the mid '80s. Right? I've been documented since 1989. Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what they put down when they see a Crip in a blood?
No, tell me.
Rivals.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right, that makes sense. But that doesn't alert you like, yo, let me make sure I cross my T's, dot my I's. I don't want them to try to fuck with me, even if you're not doing nothing.
Bro, so what you saying, because Big U was on the phone telling somebody he want to break my jaw, I supposed to worry about that?
Shit, you just don't want to. I mean, obviously, again, I'm a square, so anything with the feds get a nigga spooked. So I don't know, what's your demeanor to even you being in the paperwork? Like, you're in the work, literally.
No, I'm not.
I mean, you're in the indictment. Well, I mean, you're listed.
No, you're a liar. You're a liar.
No, your name. Your name is mentioned in the indictment.
Okay.
Right? Am I saying it wrong?
Shaquille O'Neal's name is too.
Say again?
Draymond Green name is too.
No, I'm not saying that they aren't, but.
So what that mean?
You're a dude that come from the
streets. Huh?
You're a dude that come from. I'm just asking. Does that give you any cause to pause? Because this is what I would do. I'm done. If I was, I'll be done talking about anything open case.
Listen. If you ask me, do you ever think Big U told somebody, "Fuck you"? I'm gonna be like, of course, probably every day. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Okay.
Like, bro, what the fuck? That's a wiretap, bro. That's a wiretap. Now, what I didn't see was we need to get rid of Cuz. I'm going to pay a nigga to kill him. I didn't see none of that. You seen that? I didn't see that.
No, I ain't see that. I did not see it. I'll be honest.
Oh, okay, I'm just saying, like, you niggas be... all I seen is he wanted to break my jaw, and he said I was begging for my life. That's all I saw.
Would you, you know, I know it's really early in the case, but if Big U got a life sentence, would you celebrate?
What?
If he got a life sentence, would you be happy?
Hey, bro, didn't I just tell you I ain't never celebrated nobody going to jail? You ever seen me celebrate somebody going to jail?
No, I ain't see you.
Have you ever seen me celebrate somebody going to jail? Yes or no?
No, I haven't seen it. I can't lie. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
But I ain't gonna lie. It's the first time for everything. I'll be like, man, shit. A little Tiger Woods, you know what I mean? Fist pump, like, yes, get him out of here. That nigga was trying to harm
I
me.
ain't never, listen, I've never celebrated nobody going to jail. Ever.
All right. Hey, did you see the Ye interview?
That's what you're supposed to be in here for, but you in here talking about the weird shit.
Well, we gotta get to everything. We gonna get to everything.
Okay, well.
I ain't got a time limit. Y'all could just let me know if Clubhouse got a time limit. I'm on stream, by the way, too.
Ain't got no problem. It's damn near 600 people in here, so we ain't tripping.
We got 17,000.
Right, let me ask you a question, Act.
Yeah, I'm streaming too, so we got 17,000 watching between two YouTube channels and Rumble.
Let me ask you a question.
What up?
If a girl went and did a rape kit test, and your pubic hairs or semen came back, is it true to say that it's possible that you maybe could have took advantage of her? Or would you say that was consensual sex because that's your girlfriend?
What do you mean, old girl?
The old girl, the one who came out with all the bullshit allegations.
Yeah.
The one that was in the backyard by the pool with your homies on the camera.
Okay, what about her?
So let's say she went and did a rape kit test and it came back that your pubic hairs and semen was somewhere on it. And she claimed she got taken advantage of. But although she was in the backyard getting pounded out, jackhammered, before she came in the room with you, and they pound her out, so there go where the swelling come from. And then by the time she get to you doing your normal thing, but yet you get off or whatever, and then she leaves and goes does that shit and say it was you. Is it true to say that maybe you...
So my answer would be, listen, everything I do is consensual, and also gladly, you know, there's a shit ton of surveillance.
But she didn't say that. She said you took it.
Yeah, but there's a shit ton of surveillance footage that the police looked at that said otherwise.
You don't got cameras in your bedroom.
It's pretty much everywhere in the house. I mean,
not in your bedroom. In your hallway. Outside, hallway, downstairs, they're not in your physical bedroom, man. You know, we read the work.
Yeah, it's not in the bedroom.
So
at that time, yeah.
No, you don't have cameras in the bedroom.
At that time. Now I do. No, I don't.
Yeah, but at that time you didn't. We read the work. So if she went and told the people that, right, can we say, Wack, maybe you did? And he... Well, Wack, what about the people in the backyard that we got on camera?
Hold on. Wack. That's a reasonable discussion. I'm not down to dismiss reasonable discussions, okay? What I could only tell you...
So why'd you choke her? Is that part of y'all regular sex? Or
that never happened.
You find out?
That never happened.
Huh?
That never happened.
You never choked her?
No.
Ever?
No.
That's why your bitches keep leaving you, Act. You don't know how to choke.
That never happened. So, I mean, like, I look at, like, for example, even that situation, obviously, yeah, the person is suing trying to get some money. I get it. But the reality of it, which I stand on it all the way. Listen, the police looked at everything, and they came up. You know what I mean? By the way, that got grand jury. The people who looked at it in a sense of should there be charges? There's no charges to be given. You know what I mean? And again, thank God for surveillance cameras. And also the text messages prove like nigga, if anything, I was the one more
You
shocked than
know the
anybody
crazy
else.
part about this shit?
But
I'm not
here's the
on no
thing though. Here's the thing.
surveillance.
Yo, here's the
Listen,
thing, and I think I know why you brought it up. I'm not.
mm-hmm.
I understand that people are gonna have discussions, and whenever they read whatever, just like how we read the paperwork where you're mentioning there, they might have a reasonable inference where they're asking a question like, "Well, could this have happened?" That's completely fine. I have no problem if people are having reasonable discussions.
Your act. Your act.
Yeah.
Am I on
And,
anybody's
and, and
surveillance?
also here's the thing. And also here's the thing. I told people I would want to break down my own situation every day. Except here's the thing. I pay the best lawyers in the world, and I'm not gonna come on here and lose care to myself. I just can't. You know. So, but do I want to? And as soon as it's over with, I'm gonna talk about it every day. I can't wait.
Bro, listen to me. Here goes the crazy part. And this is where Hassan fucked himself up.
Wow.
You remember when he let the recordings go, right?
The
And then he came back, and he said, and I'm going to let you know something else, Big U. I've been on the phone 2-3 times on mute on the three-way, and Wack didn't tell you. You remember that? That's what he said, right?
Yeah.
This is why he made himself look stupid. The world didn't know that for the 18 months, me and that nigga was beefing, wasn't even talking. So when he said that, he showed his hand that he was lying.
Yeah,
Because me and him knows we ain't been on no phone. The world didn't know it.
Yeah, but Hassan's stuff is like separate. Hassan really.
No, it ain't because his shit.
No, because he interjected himself in something, thinking that he could prove that you were a snake, and essentially all you said, which I agree with you wholeheartedly, I told you something in privacy. You secretly recorded our conversation. Now it's public. Now I'm not gonna just completely backtrack and call myself a liar to spare others. I'm gonna say there was a private conversation. Wouldn't came out if it wasn't for Hassan. And if you guys are thinking I'm a liar, because that's what a lot of the talk was, I'm here to tell you everything I said was the truth. If anyone could prove me otherwise, let's do it. But it's the truth.
What Vlad tell you? What Vlad tell you, Mac?
I agree that it exists. I'm not blaming you for it coming out. I think the only way I'm bringing up that topic is that when you mention it, some people might feel like it is something being held over the family or over the woman or even over the estate of Nipsey Hussle. That's it. Like, yes, okay, cool. Like, I'm with you. I think this should exist.
What got to do with the other, bro? Dude got it.
Because if it gets released, like put like this, prior to you doubling down on I didn't lie about the tape, we've never heard a threat of this thing coming out, or hey, do you want me to get out the way that it comes out? We've never heard about some tape like this coming out. So when and I know you said we keep putting you into stuff, pause, but I think you're also interjecting yourself into stuff because you interjected yourself in the middle of that. Like, we only hear about this. Well, you're telling us that without you, the tape comes out. So you're automatically tied to the tape.
Hey, bro. When we get off this phone, I'm going to call one of my homies.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to send it to me. I'm like, hell no.
No, listen to me. He was in my back house when Big U drove an hour to come to my home and sat in my game room.
Yeah.
And him and my homeboy did time together. Right? So this is why they knew each other. And he sat there and heard Big U say, oh, girl ain't cooperating. You need to let that shit come out. Nah, bro, I'm not doing that. I can manage your other baby mama. Nah, that ain't cool. You need to help me attack the estate with these contracts. I'm not fucking with that. You should have dealt with that when he was alive. See, our shit really started. I'm going to be real. When I denied him that day at my home, that's when the him and Suge Knight plot started.
What do you mean you denied?
So,
like, explain.
I denied. I wouldn't go along with his plan. He like, bro, tell dude, let them know. I'm not doing that, bro.
wait. So Big U wanted the tapes of Nipsey Hussle supposedly French kissing
On
a
this
woman
same day,
or French
on
kiss.
this
Yeah.
same day, it was three things on the table.
Okay.
Two I knew about, one I didn't. A, he wanted me to tell dude to release the tapes so he can take the other baby mama in the tapes and manage her. He thought he could blow her up from him. Number two was the contracts, which I put up. Y'all seen all the texts. He wanted me to attack this state, make it look like I brought him out of the contracts, and then I'm going at the estate to go get the 30%. You get
So
what
he
I'm saying?
wanted you to do the dirty work.
I wasn't gonna do that because I felt Nip was just here alive, and you telling people this your brother, and that's taken away from his wife and kids. I wasn't fucking with that. The third thing that was put on the table that I was oblivious to is him saying Nipsey was a rat. Right?
Wait. He said Nipsey's a rat? How is Nipsey
This
a
is
rat?
fact. Oh, fact. This
So
ain't
wait,
nothing new.
Big
Everybody
U
knows the
says
story.
Nipsey is a rat. How did Nipsey rat?
This is a fact. He said that whatever went on, some dude named Domer, some went on, somebody fucked somebody baby mama, somebody pull up for a squabble, some squabbling shit went on, boom, boom, boom. Police get there. And he got the recording that said, Nipsey said, telling the police, if anything ever happened to me, Domer did it. Right? So, this is the first time I've ever heard of that shit. Right? So, when I said it, a bunch of 6-0 say, Wack, we know you ain't lying, homie. You wouldn't know nothing about that. Right? So, at the end of the day, bro, if I would have went along with what he wanted me to do, the issue probably would have never happened in my office at E1. But because I told him I wasn't fucking with none of that, I think that's what triggered the him and Suge Knight plot. Because from that day forward, probably about a month and a half later, is when the shit happened with E1. When they tried to backdoor me. But I wasn't fucking with that. I've always had that stance. You gotta remember, when he died, me and Nick was cool. So if I'm looking at you get this nigga awards, you giving this nigga
Black,
awards.
Black,
I ain't never talked to Black Sam. I don't know what Black Sam got. Right? He could have, he couldn't be. Right? We both men. Right? So, but I know what Black Sam knows. Black Sam knows where a lot of this shit come from. Right? So, you know, my whole thing is, I'm just not gonna do it because you want me to do it.
Yeah.
No. Nigga, you just gave this nigga awards. You standing with this nigga. You nigga put the album out. You in the studio. Why didn't you have this conversation about these numbers when he was live? You not finna have me. Oh, Wack, nigga, do you know what that shit would look like in the blogs?
Yeah, no. Definitely.
Attacks, and at this point in time, I'm doing it to his kids and wife. That shit ain't cool. I'm looking at this nigga like, bro, that ain't cool, bro.
So
Like,
that's when you and Big U officially fell out, right?
Well, to me, it wasn't a fallout because I feel like as a man, I got the right to do and not do the things I don't want to do.
Yeah, but it turned into a little bit slanderous, right? Like, you know, like
it turned into him trying to backdoor me. You know what I'm saying? And
but backdoor you for the contract, not like backdoor you to get you hurt.
It wasn't a contract. It wasn't a contract, bro. That's how he spin, yo. Every contract, it may be for 3 albums, 2 albums, 5 albums, whatever, right?
Yeah.
After it, the company has the option to re-up with you or not. Suge Knight with his dumb ass telling them, I got a relationship with the president. Go out there. I'm going to call, get you a meeting. I'm going to get on your phone and tell him when Wack contract is up, instead of re-upping with him, re-up with you. Which don't make no sense, but a lot of you niggas don't understand. Suge Knight does not understand the music business of today. He's never dropped an album in the digital world. ever.
Mm.
But y'all just hear Suge Knight, Death Row. The company was bankrupt in '04. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He doesn't understand it. Big U don't understand it. Big U has never himself had a deal to where he's in it and he's working it. Nip was always in control of his shit. You get what I'm saying? So, but Big U always idolized Suge. So if Suge said it's what it is, that's just what it is. Right? I seen a clip where he said, I watched my brother Suge lose $1 billion. Now let's do the math. If Death Row was broke by '04, '05, right?
Uh-huh.
That means the decline got to start about '01, '02, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Big U don't parole till '04, so how you watched him lose $1 billion? By the time you come home, nigga was over with. But see, y'all don't know this math because y'all wasn't around yourself. You just hear it, see some pictures, and that's what it is. You get what I'm saying? It's a lot of shit I can talk about. My man, Warren G. Right? It's shit he can talk about. I don't know if he did. Right? You know, do you know how Warren G met Suge Knight when he went to sign with him? It was a nigga beating the fuck out of Suge in the parking lot. Warren G and his homies had to help him. This a fact.
Yo, what's up?
So it's a lot of shit that I know I can talk about. This is why when I start shooting at Suge, you notice how he leave me the fuck alone?
Yeah, but he's also incarcerated too, though. So
No,
like,
no, he ain't. That nigga's on the podcast every day, nigga. Bullshit. He just got through trying to send Snoop to jail last week.
You think he was trying to send Snoop to jail?
You didn't hear it?
Yeah. What did he say? What did he say?
Man, that nigga had that dude on there and said, tell the truth. Snoop the one really killed that man. It wasn't you. Like, the fuck are we talking about?
Holy shit.
See, I'm starting to think your team that used to be around you,
What?
because this is shit that you would talk about because he's verbally saying it. I'm going to send it to you.
Here's the thing. The thing
I'm
with
going to send it to
the
you
thing
right
with
now
Suge,
so you have it.
Suge has said 50 different things, right? So like,
Nah, let me show you how real this is, right?
do you think Suge is behind the war right now? You think everything he's saying it should be taken at face value?
Nah, Suge do a lot of lying, right? But I'm finna fuck you up. Just so you see. Now, I'm sharing this with you, because you my brother. Because I be telling you shit, right? Now,
You send it to me?
here goes the clip, because this will be great for you to run on your content, compliments of the 100 side.
Uh-huh.
Now, here goes the exclusive shit I'm about to send you.
What? Suge Knight reveals shocking information on Snoop Dogg's murder case.
Okay, now that's cool, but don't read the rest of what I just sent you. You're looking at me corresponding with somebody, right?
Yeah.
You see his response, right?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm telling you right now? I'm going to be real. I am the only one like me left from that era. This is why some of those dudes can't stand in the box with me.
You're too smart.
Big U, respectfully, has zero credentials in history of doing any business in that era. This is a fact. Reggie Wright will tell you all he know of Big U is when niggas went and paid for an attorney when he beat his son after death to get him out of jail when he first got out. That's it. He don't know nothing about him.
Hey, wait. Not to switch subjects real quick, but yo, did you see the? So there's this journalist. He's out of Atlanta. Well-reputed journalist. His name is George Cheedy. Like he was the person who was very accurate on predicting that YSL was going to get indicted in the RICO. He's an Atlanta journalist, certified. He's really good. He's came out and he said that the Atlanta Public Defenders Council, like the office, they're basically their specialized unit for Georgia's public defender's office. The one that so the unit that specializes on gang cases says the
Mm-hmm.
office is actively preparing for a racketeering indictment on the 4PF and OMF case. Now I don't know what OMF is, and that the, he expects Little Baby to be indicted, among others. Again, this is coming out, and I want to be clear because some people they're gonna think that me and Baby we don't got nothing going on.
I don't know nothing about it. Again, I learned before PF was through music. I later on learned that it's a bunch of people that represent it. I think Lil Baby being fresh in the game, and I'm gonna tell all you rappers, bro. Listen, man. When you sign your name on that contract, erase your name from the streets.
I think he's been trying to do that. He
No,
doesn't
no,
claim
no. You're
4PF
not missing.
anymore.
You're missing what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
When you sign that name on your contract, erase your name from the streets. Because what happens is people get these contracts, and then I'm going to keep it real with my people. But keeping it real with your people is working against yourself. Because you can say, all right, as kids, we've been 4PF. Nigga, we sold cool cups. We sold bottles of water. We did, we rode mini bikes together. We 4PF, and now we got a multi-million-dollar deal. Damn, we own, right? That's what he's thinking. But then now you got that portion of the crew that's still doing a bunch of miscellaneous shit, right? You really think you're better in your team, but there's no way when it comes to the streets, the whole team is going to be selling in the same direction. If all ships ain't selling in the same direction, bro, it's going to be fucked up. So now here it is, Lil Baby, being the humble dude he is. He helps families out. This nigga give people jobs, all kind of shit. We can respectfully say you don't see him caught up in a bunch of back and forth dish shit, crazy shit. He avoids that shit. Let's keep it real. Anytime you hear something happening,
I'll say now. I think early on people were hearing certain stuff with it, but
they
it's
wasn't
been a
here.
while.
Bro, listen, bro, we ain't heard Lil Baby caught up in shit. But again, if it's 15 of y'all in the studio traveling, doing music, shooting videos, you done brought cameras, but you got a whole neighborhood over there screaming the same shit. Whatever they do on the block, they saying you empowering it. So when you sign your name on the contract, you gotta erase yours from the street, bro. You have to.
When I think about the whole thing with like Baby, like I feel like Baby he been on like a Dirk mission recently. Like what I mean, he been doing Architect Digest. Like he been trying to give us every single reason to appear or kind of look like he don't look like he's close to any of that.
Because that was never his intentions. Now, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many people from my neighborhood you think got a 100 ENT medallion?
I don't know. How many?
None.
Okay.
You know the only people get those?
Who?
The artists.
Okay. So that's very separate from your neighborhood.
Totally separate, bro. Because all it takes is a group, and not to say my people gonna do some shit. When they go do some shit, and now they incorporate that in you know what I'm saying? So now this nigga over here that did some crazy shit. I don't know. They gonna. Say I'm empowering it.
Yeah, so let me ask you a theoretical question. Like, say, like Blueface, right? Blueface
Hold on, let me
is
mute it.
from what they say, Schoolyard, right? If
Huh?
Blueface, when you had signed him, said, "Yo, I want to create this label called Schoolyard,"
I wouldn't let him do it.
you would let him do it.
Nope. You know what Blueface's homeboys wear around their neck?
What?
Blueface. That's it.
Oh.
I would like nah, nephew. They wear Blueface, his stage name. That's what they wear around their neck.
So you're cognizant of that, and like I always thought about, and maybe I thought like L.A. was impervious to like even RICO cases, cause like I'm thinking back Game in his heyday, man. Game was banging blood heavy, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie, like
Yeah, but it wasn't called Cedar Block. It was called Black Wall Street.
ooh, okay.
It was called Black Wall Street. It was called Blood Money. It was called. You had 2, 3 different ones. And when you look, let me tell you what's unique about Game setup. You ready for this? Game security to start off is all Crips. So what did you just debunk off the top?
His rivals are Crips.
His security is Crips. You're not gonna say this is some type of criminal empire.
Mm.
His security is Crips. You get what I'm saying? Right? Outside of that, everybody else in Game's crew is pretty much normal people.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying? So, nah, you can't do it. And all the artists, I know y'all want to keep it real, but keeping it real is gonna go wrong, bro. I'm telling you, it's gonna go wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if this is like a winning strategy though for Fulton County. I mean, pretty much they indicted YFN, YSL, and they really got no substantial convictions. Everybody got out on plea deals and just they gave everybody probation basically. For them to not learn anything and come back again and now want to possibly indict 4PF sounds like some kind of like you still ain't learned.
First I heard from, all I know is this. I went on tour with Lil Baby 2019. Lil Baby, 42 Doug, Blueface, Marlo, and Young Miami. Right? Young Miami. And Lil Baby, his whole team was humble. I never seen no bullshit. Like, nothing. Like, my whole interaction with him has always been like, nephew about his business. But again, if you're trying to like better your neighborhood, better where you come from, there's always some niggas that's gonna do some dumb shit. You get what I'm saying? They gonna do some dumb shit, bro. And then they gonna start calling it that. So I hope what you saying ain't happening.
Yeah. This is all being sourced from his name is George Cheedy. Like he did substantial amount of interviews about the YSL case, and he also predicted that basically some of the Dirk stuff, like the feds was looking at Dirk because the state had Dirk in a case, and they basically just all of a sudden said, you know what, we're not gonna go prosecute this, and he felt like the feds was already taking interest in Dirk, and I mean he was right.
I said the same shit. When they dropped that gun case on Dirk and him and Bond had together.
Yeah, that's specifically what they were talking about.
I said it. I said they just not go, just because your Cody get killed. Okay, this dude with Sauce Walker and his artist, right? They just killed one of them niggas in Houston today, right?
By the way, that's crazy, ain't it?
No, that's just how it go, right?
No. If you remember, they kept saying the Sauce Walker thing was some Memphis situation that got to do with Say So Pete.
We ain't doing none of that. Listen, bro, Houston a big old place. See,
no. You don't get what I mean. You don't get what I mean.
You motherfuckers do that punk shit, cause what you finna try to do is insinuate something, bro. It ain't Sauce's fault that this nigga went down to Houston, my nigga. Like,
no.
Houston a big place.
I'm not blaming Sauce at all. What I'm saying is that it's ironic that people said that that murder of Say So P was some Memphis shit, and then all of a sudden this guy who his face gets shown in the media that he was in the car and he pretty much killed Say So P, he goes to the hometown of the other nigga who was also in it, which is Houston. Like, I'm thinking it's Memphis niggas. I'm like, why the fuck would you go to Houston if the other guy that got shot from Houston?
Because it's the perfect place to hide out. Hide where they don't expect you to be.
Houston is
A lot of
nigga town.
niggas from Memphis moved to Houston too. Memphis moved to Houston and Dallas.
I don't like how
Wait,
this
wait, repeat that. I don't know who said that. You said a lot of people from Memphis are going to Houston and Dallas, is that?
Yeah, a lot of people from Memphis and Chicago moved to Houston and Dallas, bro. It's a lot of Chicago niggas in Memphis,
Yeah,
mixed
so he
niggas
probably,
in Dallas and Houston.
end of the day,
So
I'm
he thought he was running.
real.
He was on a run down there type shit.
He was on the run. They showed his face. They showed his whole face, right? So, you know, at the end of the day, shit gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, shout out to Sauce. And, you know, I don't know what happened on the other end. They say some money was taken or whatever. It is what it is. I'm just telling these artists, you come in the game, bro, you from motherfucking Mountain, Tennessee. Nigga, don't come out with the Mountain, Tennessee entertainment. Nah, nigga. All that shit up. Name that shit after your grandmama, nigga.
Hey, by the way, and again, I think you're right. A lot of this probably is like really maybe removed from Baby, but he's the sexy, attractive name, and it's like George Cheedy.
Yeah, he the one made 4PF worldwide, and
Yeah,
we know it as a record company.
yeah. So
You know what I'm saying?
I clicked on this journalist page, and he says, I guess there's other bullshit happening. These guys probably don't even know, baby. It says it appears that a murder victim is Keontae Davis. He was a defendant in another murder case involving 4PF gang members, right? Then they go down. They said the Department of Justice indicted 8 members of Goodfella gang a couple weeks ago and have received an order to seal some documents in a case because Goodfellas are expected to be murder snitches. What the hell? Similar, the death of Davis may be a reprisal for cooperating in the plea deal of the Wilson murder. Then this part you guys don't understand. It says the pace of murder and retaliation is accelerating, which is why, and this is the journalist saying it, which is why I would be unsurprised if Fonnie Willis pulls the trigger on a RICO for the Goodfellas defendants and 4PF sooner than later. What isn't clear is whether Lil Baby himself will be wrapped up in it, never mind other marquee rappers. What the hell? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It's definitely a bad deal to kind of claim anything that street niggas are doing some totally separate shit. Like you fucked the nigga's baby moms, he go kill a nigga. Now they gonna say he did it for the gang. You know what I mean? Kind of spooky, man.
Well, these niggas is goofy. Now they talking about loose cannons not in the Fed.
Yeah, you seen that?
The internet is goofy as fuck. Let me tell you something, bro. Whenever you on a collect call, that motherfucker say Global Tel Link, that nigga's in custody.
Yeah, he's definitely in custody, of course. What they think that he's telling? If Loose Cannon can't tell nothing that he ain't say publicly already, man. They would bring him into the interrogation room and be like, "Do you know anything more?" He'd be like, "No, I already told everybody on No Jumper." Yo, I see you call No Jumper and told him to stop talking to Loose while he's locked up. I really appreciate that one because, I've been saying recently, like, if you're involved in this indictment, it's not
Guess what? He didn't call in 38 other places, bro. Y'all gotta stop blaming me, my nigga.
No. Nobody's blaming you. I said that was a dope move by you to actually say, yo, y'all got to stop talking to him because everything isn't content. For these guys, they shouldn't be talking. I don't care if you had a media personality or like an influencer, type of thing when you were free. But right now, you know what I mean? Again, you asked me about some shit like, shit, I want to say a lot, but why pay a lawyer? Like, why pay a lawyer if you're just going to go on there and emotionally just say shit that sometimes fucking you jammed up? It just might just be volunteering too much shit.
I mean, at the end of the day, he gonna do what he want to do. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. Loose ain't nobody's little homie. You get what I'm saying?
What is that? Isn't he like big you little homie?
He ain't nobody's little homie, bro. You got some dudes to where, know, some niggas will give you that respect that you older than them, come from another generation, but you not finna run them. You ain't finna tell them what to do. It ain't gonna happen. Straight up. It's not gonna happen. He ain't nobody little homie, so he gonna run his own program. All I can do is suggest something. That's why I'm like, bro, who the fuck y'all think? You niggas ain't finna assign me a job, nigga, that I didn't sign up for. You responsible for 6ix9ine?
I am definitely not.
Can you control him?
I wish I could. I can't.
No, but okay. So if you know that about him, what makes you think a nigga can control Loose Cannon?
No, you know what it is? I think people be looking for you to just look out for him. Like, if he says some shit, you be like, nah, bro, we're not about to talk about that. Like, you know, I think sometimes when they feel like you're sitting next to him, and they feel, you know, they're giving you credit by saying you're smart enough to know that he's saying some shit he shouldn't say. And when they feel like you know that, but you're not telling him, you're not changing the subject, or you're walking.
Academics, let me ask you a question. This is where I think all y'all are slow in the brain.
Mm-hmm.
If he already said it, what the fuck you want me to do about it? I don't know what a nigga gonna say. If I ask you, so if Adam asks him, what's your relationship with Big U, or why did y'all fall out? You think I know what he about to say?
No.
He said it. So you want me to do what? What you want me to do?
I don't know. I think people kind of look at it like certain things you wouldn't even talk about or tap into when you know your man. It's like you know that one homeboy that every time you're around either women or you're around certain people, he can't keep his mouth shut. So you either don't bring that person around, or when you bring that person around, you keep the conversation very short, and you make sure you control the flow of the conversation, that this person isn't giving up information.
Hey, bro, y'all asking too much of me, bro.
That might be that too.
You asking way too much of Wack, bro.
That might be that.
Look, let me tell you something about this Hunter side over here, bro. And pay attention. You see this floor? I don't have to be here for it to run. I don't have to be here for content to get dropped, for scheduling to happen, for the floor to be protected. You know why? Everybody know what to do. You get what I'm saying, Ak?
Yeah.
Everybody know what to do, and that's what I'm used to. Since a pup, when I go back to track and field or Pop Warner football, or even my little crew on the block, when we were some little dusty ass niggas with the clubhouse I built in the backyard. You get what I'm saying? Everybody knew what to do. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? So, hey, look, bro, you got the orange tree at home, so make sure you pick some oranges. And you got the apples and grapes, so y'all bring them to the clubhouse, put them on the shelf. You make sure you sweep the carpet. I'm going to make sure, nigga, I'm going to go make sure we got the peanut butter and jelly. I got the extra bread. Don't worry about that. Like, everybody knew what to do. We had one nigga, he was an expert at fixing bikes. So when we get to the backyard, it was his job to go through our bikes, make sure it wasn't. Everybody know what to do. We had 3 out of the 8 of us that were straight fighters. Niggas could fight. Anytime somebody wanted to come fight, then was the 3 niggas fight. You get what I'm saying? I'm used to everybody knowing what to do. On the football field, the line know how to block. The quarterback know what to do. I'm a running back. Everybody knows what to do. When I come sit down with you, bro, at your studio, keep it real, Act. You don't have to babysit me. Turn the camera on, nigga. We up.
Well, I keep saying you're a one-on-one when it comes to street dudes, because I'm going to be honest with you, I've never heard you say, yo, Act, let me tell you about this one crime I did. I've never heard it. Hold on. The problem with a lot of podcasters, like, you know, even like, say, Brick Baby. I think Brick Baby naturally isn't an entertainment person. And where he first found his, like, niche was, I'm going to tell you something that's going on in the streets that is going to be interesting to y'all, that y'all want to watch me. When a lot of podcasters, that's the only thing that gets them to like, Wack, you could sit here and roast somebody and people laugh. You could sit here, like, you could talk about anything. You could talk about R&B for 2 hours and keep an audience, right? a lot of these dudes, they can't do anything to entertain an audience, but really give a real insight into what's going on in the street and their former crimes or former lives, and that kind of gets them jammed up. I see it all the time in podcasting. That's why you see a lot of street dudes go in there and then they try to basically just sell their stories. I mean, that happened in Chicago too a bit, but a lot of the Chicago dudes that didn't get jammed up is talking about stuff from like when drill just started, like 2012. They're like, oh, this is what it was like then. You know what I mean? A lot of those people are dead or they're incarcerated. This new wave is like these niggas is talking about shit that happened last week. Like there's talking about like things that have no statute of limitations. I don't know, but I've never seen you do that.
I may talk about a nigga that got kicked in the ass or some shit like that, but you're not finna hear me talk about, no crazy shit. That ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
No,
I done seen a lot of shit. I done seen some shit that it ain't even worth talking about because you niggas won't believe it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I done seen some shit. There's people in my life that are part of history that you hear songs about, that they're really here. You get what I'm saying? Like, really here. You got to remember, like, our first generation of this shit is in the 70s. You follow what I'm saying? Like, I could really, like, let you talk to some motherfuckers and really tell you where this shit come from. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, those people that, I mean, these niggas will shoot a nigga at 2 o'clock. Nigga, they dropping a song 3:30. I done been with you, niggas sending you shit. Yo, we just spun the block on them niggas. Remember them niggas last week? Put this up. You like, yo, bro, do you understand that it shows everything? I don't give a fuck, and I watch you not put it up. That's why I be defending you when niggas be like, act be this, act be that, bro. Act, the same shit. Now, I'm glad I'm thinking. You know, you came here and said, what? They be saying you always got all the shit?
Yeah.
Act. They said the same shit about you. Am I right or wrong?
Oh no, of course. But
how did you get it, Act?
Oh no.
I seen it.
Hey, listen, bro, we just know how to read and write and use our brains. Man.
No. How do you get a lot of shit?
No. And then,
they just sent it to you.
No. Some of it is like they'll tell me themselves. No, half of the Chicago stuff, niggas was just telling me themselves. But like if like when people talk about paperwork, like people think getting paperwork is the police. No, it's just learning how to being able to read and write. But a lot of times the street stuff, like niggas really, they don't like doing something without people knowing they did it. So like I remember there was one time a shooting, and it was a shooting at Rolling Loud. Okay, this was back. I think YoungBoy. It was.
I remember that. You talking Miami, right?
Yeah. And what happened was
you talking to the Ritz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other rapper, I won't ever mention the name. He DM'd me and he said that was us, and I was flabbergasted because I'm like, I don't know. Wait, should I put this in the story or you're just trying to let me know that you like that? And I mean, obviously I didn't put it in the story, but I always wondered why tell me that because to this day it's never been reported. That person, I don't know if he's connected. I don't know if people have connected to it later, but no one has reported it. But that person volunteered information and said, yeah, we did that shit.
Listen, it's a whole lot of shit that come to me that I ignore. You know, even about what's been going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, the producer, I talked to him in the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? And I said it's a lot of questions about what's being said in his paperwork. You get what I'm saying? And he went over everything with me. Everything.
Hey, oh, by the way, this is about to get messy. So there's someone who claims they're a court reporter. I'm not too sure who they are, so I don't want to disrespect them. But their name is Infamous Sylvia on Twitter. They said they're a lifestyle YouTuber and a court vlogger. Okay, apparently they did a good job covering the YSL trial. They said that someone is on a stand for a current case against these Goodfella guys, and they're saying we're listening. I guess they're in court. They said investigator Viverito is on the stand. He says we're listening to wiretap calls, and someone mentioned that Little Baby had tickets on people's heads. Now these wiretaps is going to get people jammed up, man. Because again, this
Yeah,
probably
but just cause let me be real.
it probably got nothing to do with him, right?
Just cause a nigga saying something, bro. You know how many niggas call me and said something? I'm like, bro, where you get that from? Well, I'm just saying. You gotta remember, some of these niggas got 5th grade educations.
What?
Them niggas will say anything on the phone. Unless you got Lil Baby on that phone with that shit, or them same people is contacting Lil Baby, or they saying Lil Baby gave me the money that we did this, bro. It ain't like niggas say all kind of shit.
Wait. Let me ask you this question: has someone called your phone, and just by saying, you either hang up or you be like, bro, stop talking on my phone like this?
That's a fact.
Because like, it still boggles my mind that like wiretaps are so effective. Where I would think, in how advanced technology is, like rule number 1 got to be don't do the crime with your cell phone in your pocket. Rule number 2 got to be don't do the crime with your car. And rule number 3 got to be get off the fucking phone. Like, these are very simple rules where we're in a complex time where they're solving crimes like that because they could triangulate your GPS. They could do all type of stuff to figure it out. Who the hell is still really talking about crime on the phone? Or do you think some of these guys don't know what they're talking about are crimes?
I think a lot of these niggas just be talking. I done had niggas call me and say all kind of crazy ass shit. Here you go, act. There go the cooperant that came from Ghost. He just put that out. But I done had niggas call my phone and say crazy shit. Bro, I didn't have niggas call me. I swear to God. Hey, Wack, what's up? What's up? You straight? Yeah, I'm good. What you mean? Man, niggas just say they chase you down. What you mean chase me down? Yeah, they say they caught you in the hood at the light. Whoop, 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 whoop. Bro, I'm sitting way in Europe somewhere, bro. Literally. So how many motherfuckers you think he already got on the phone and called and told that shit? I'm like, bro, I'm in Europe. He called on the nigga on the other line. Hold on. Click up. Hey, homie, what up? Nigga, I got Wack on the phone. He way in Europe. You know what the nigga said?
Yeah.
I didn't tell you that to go say nothing to him. Bro, it'd be a lot of bullshit said on them lines, bro.
Hey, Wack. Listen, I haven't gotten full confirmation on this, but damn, breaking news. What the fuck? They're reporting. They're saying that Memphis Police Department has identified the second suspect in the killing of Say So P. They're basically saying he was found dead too. So both suspects are dead. What the fuck?
Yo, you know what that mean, right?
Tell me.
That mean them niggas was just a gunman. Whoever paid them got rid of them.
You think so?
That's a fact.
No way.
Okay. Listen?
I think niggas start spinning. I think whoever Say So
What them
P's
niggas
people.
do? Hey, listen. How did what you call it just to get arrested?
Who?
Yellow Beezy.
The gunman is telling on him. I ain't gonna lie. Your shooter is gonna tell.
There you go.
The 2025 shooter is going to tell. And damn, Yellow Beezy was supposedly gonna pay that nigga 40 bands. I'm like, how much you gotta pay a nigga not to tell? I guess ain't no price on freedom, but still.
Hey, listen. For the one to come up knocked down and the other one to come up knocked down, a nigga cleaning his backyard. That's a fact. That's a fact. Bro, come on, hey. How many mafia movies have we not seen this in, bro? Look, Godfather Part 2. Celebration in the house, Reno, Nevada.
Yeah.
Right? Mikey's in the house, in the room. They shoot the room up. He grab his wife and kids on the floor. Right? Gunmen on the move. They let the dogs, everything go. What Mikey say? If my hunter's right, when you find the gunman, they gonna be dead. When they found him, was they dead?
Yeah.
Because they know if they find him alive, they gonna torture him in hell. So if you telling me both gunmen, right?
Well, I haven't gotten full confirmation that the second.
The other one is dead.
Jaden Dandridge, the one that hopped out of the car without a mask and walked right into the stove, he dead. Like
he dead.
They got him out of here quick. It's like they knew this nigga was gonna get found. Either that or people seen his picture on his news and niggas start spinning. Never know. But
now, the only nigga left right now is the driver. And let me tell you what's so scared about being a driver, right? hopefully the driver was contracted by the two gunmen. Because if the driver was contracted by the two gunmen, then the nigga that contracted them don't know who he is. You get what I'm saying? If not, that nigga on the run, he ain't running from the police. He running from the bookie man. Now, this is what we gonna do though, bro. Because enough with us. We saw you clam up, lock up on this Kanye interview, Act.
No, I didn't.
I'm gonna turn it over to the floor.
Stop lying. I definitely did not.
This is Frack. Who finna run lead on the question on the Q&A in here? Where we got AB in here, Tink, and who in here?
Hey, why you figure that out? What was your thoughts on? I think most of my thoughts are caught in the video. What were your thoughts on him wearing that outfit, him wearing the chain, him wearing?
My thoughts.
Yes.
Okay. I feel now. You know I know Ye a little bit. I didn't travel with him, kicked it with him. You know what I'm saying? So I get him. My thoughts is I believe Ye, for one, is using who he is in this platform, right, to shed light on, hey, you make money off our pain music, our misery, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn what you guys represent, and I'm going to make money off your pain and your misery. The slick part about what he's doing is the Jewish community can say, hey, I find that offensive, but then he's going to say, hey, me as a black man, more of my people died than yours. This is his play.
Okay. Again, before they hit me with questions, do you, so some people, and I thought to myself, if Kanye shows up in a black KKK outfit, should I do the interview, or is that me as a black man just bow that's just anti-black to do that? No,
yeah. Why did you do it? You told me I should have interviewed Luce. Why did you do it? You see what I'm saying? It's content, bro. You can't. I think you should have did the interview, right? But I'm saying is, you understand, bro.
Yeah, but one's not gonna put someone in jail though. Like that interview put that.
Hey, bro. Hey, let me tell you something, bro. I'm gonna be real. Like, listen, bro. On some real shit, to the Jewish community as well as to the black community and other communities that have been affected by what that symbol or that uniform represented, right? It was highly offensive, right? The majority of people are going to feel some kind of way, and that's their right. Now, I understand the political stance that he's taking because I understand him as a man, right? I get him. We build together. We talk together, right? So I know what he's trying to do. It's an uphill struggle.
Would you have told him, yo, Kanye, go change, nigga?
No, I wouldn't have told him that because I understand, and I told you this, ain't no preparing for this interview. When you walk in there, you're going to be in his world, and it's going to be whatever he wanted to be. You don't know what it's going to be. You end up moving furniture, nigga, and standing up. I saw you try to sit down and get comfortable. Shit didn't work, did it? Get that ass up. Move this, move that. Stand your ass right here, and this what it is. Hey, that's Ye.
Hey, let me tell you this. You know, so getting on that plane, I had certain thoughts about the interview. And I did say to myself, rip up the game plan. You ever hear like, yo, everybody got a plan till they get punched in the face? Like, you got to rip up the game plan.
Ain't no game plan with him.
And I'm going to be honest with you, honestly, because I didn't have that much of a big camera crew. Like, we had like 2 DSLR cameras, and I had like a vlogging joint. And when they had told me, because his team said he wanted this whole like extensive like, look for what the interview was going to be, like the silhouette thing where it's like dark, but it's like a spotlight thing and you can't see nothing. And I was thinking,
that's usually how he does his shit.
Yeah, and I was thinking, I'm like, all right, so this is going to require some production people, some gaffers, all type of things. And it worked in my favor because we got to use what we had, and it came off more authentic. Like, as soon as it started unfolding like this, I said, listen, I want to capture every moment that no matter if this never comes out or it doesn't happen, this is going to be a record of what's going on.
Can I give you some good news and bad news? Because I know Ye.
What's the good and bad?
Good news is I think you did a great job following his direction and following his lead. Bad news is you fucked up and you probably will never get another interview out of him.
Why do you think that?
Because when he told you to get on that jet, if you would have got on that jet, nigga, you would have came back with a movie. The fact that you did, I know him.
Yo.
The nigga does me the same way. Look, bro, I swear, watch this. Ye tell me, Wack, pull up. I pull up. This is no lie. The nigga, he ran out of gas, bro. The nigga literally ran out of gas on the 405 free off-ramp.
Yeah.
I pull up, right? Boom. And I'm like, what's up, bro? He like, Wack, I'm out of gas. I'm like, all right, cool, shit. Let's go down here to get a gas can. Nigga, now we 4 deep in a Rolls Royce Wraith. Me, Ye, 2 of his dudes. I get the gas, we put the gas in there. Ye say, y'all drive the thing, follow us. So I'm like, Ye, where we going? He like, Van Nuys Airport. We go to Van Nuys Airport. We pull up, right? We get into the valet. I said, Ye, I want to discuss the business with you. He said, okay, come on, shit, just get on the jet with me. Straight up. Swear to God. I said, what? He said, get on the jet with me. He said, you got something to do? I said, as a matter of fact, I do. He said, okay, well, if you want to discuss the business, you can get on the jet. I thought about it. Gus said, get on the jet. I jump on the jet. We shoot the motherfucking Milwaukee or some shit. Like, we land, Diddy son, there was some, the Justin LeBoy, everybody there, right? So when we get on the jet, Ye started talking to me about what he had going on. I said, yeah, I want to talk some business with you. He said, first, Wack, I have to complete my thought. If I don't complete my thought, there's nowhere I'm going to hear your thought, right? Long story short, I didn't end up talking to this nigga about what I had to talk about till 4 days later, 4 days later.
What?
This is a fact. I'm telling you, but watch this. I get home. He sends me a group text. It's me and his assistant. Hey, check in with Wack. Let him know where we're going. Wack, you're open and welcome to come wherever I am. I enjoy talking business with you. Let's keep it going. I wake up in the morning, Wack, book me some studio time. Booked him studio time. What he liked was I didn't show up just because I knew where he was at. Right? He hit me, Wack, pull up, I pull up. Next thing you know, he calls me. I'm at the crib on the East Coast. Now, you're going to know this is true, Wack. He say, Wack, remember I was on him about doing the feature for 6ix9ine?
Yeah.
He said, Wack, you still want the feature done? Yeah, he said, I got Vori down here. Come down. We in Austin. Remember? I jumped on the flight. Shot to Austin. I called 6ix9ine. He in Miami. I said, meet us in Austin. Right? We get to Austin. We go in there. And we sitting there, Vori, listening to beats. Boom, boom, boom. Picking out beats. All this shit. Nigga, Ye tell me, listen, I'm not feeling rapping right now. But, I got to go somewhere in the morning. I said, okay, cool. You know, we'll wait right here for you. His phone rings. It's Elon, right? Him and Elon start talking. I'm in the background talking. Elon recognizes my voice. He said, yo, is that the guy? I said, yeah. He like, listen, I'm going to send my jet to get you. Bring him along. He said, oh, okay, cool. Wack, you want to go see Elon? I'm like, Elon who must? Yeah, he's like, yeah, we going to send his jet. All right, cool. Shit, Wack,
This
we
sounds
out
like a movie.
He said, we out 5:30 in the morning. The nigga 6ix9ine hits me up at 4 o'clock. I said, what up? He said, hey, motherfucker, don't miss that jet. Motherfucker, you the only chance I got. Right? You got to make this shit happen. I sent 6ix9ine back to Miami on the 6 o'clock. We jump on Elon's jet. Elon jet remotivated me, made me feel like a motherfucking ant. I ain't never been on no shit like this in my life. I'm used to like a 15, 20 second, then we in the air. This nigga jet is off the ground 3, 4 seconds. The hole is bigger, wings is... You can't even feel yourself moving in this motherfucker. I just saw the other day his jet cost $80 million. It just popped up, right? So we get to Brownsville. We go to the SpaceX. We do the whole meeting and shit. And when I come see you, I'm going to show you all this footage I got of that shit on my phone, because I got shit on my phone I ain't supposed to have.
No, you showed me before.
I showed you some shit, okay?
Yo, this shit where the nigga starts the rocket.
Yeah, you saw it, right?
Nigga, I seen it.
So, yeah, right. So I'm telling Ye, I'm finna shoot back to LA. He like, no, I gotta go do a song tonight with with Alicia Keys in New York. You with me? So I fuck it. We jump back on the jet. We go to New York. We get to New York. Kanye's looking for me. I'm like, bro, Alicia Keys be doing closed sessions, bro. Ain't no sense in me coming over there. I'm gonna go check on my crib, and I'll be back to the hotel. So next day he called me, said, Wack, book us some flights. We're gonna get out of here this evening. I said, we leaving private? He said, nah, we going back from JFK. Book the flights. Everybody coach, include me.
What?
You don't remember when Ye was flying coach? I swear to God, bro.
Why was he flying coach?
Listen, everybody, I'm finna answer one of your questions everybody be wondering about. So we go in the motherfucker. I don't want to fly coach. So I tell Ye, I said, Ye, they have flights for everybody but one person. He said, so what's the game plan? I said, the game plan is I'm going to catch another flight that gets me there 30 minutes before you, so I'll be waiting on you at the gate. I went and jumped on JetBlue Mint. You know what I'm saying? I ain't want to fuck with that coach shit. That's too long, right?
Why the hell he going coach?
He flying coach, right? So when I get back, and we get back, he say, Wack, book some studio time. I said, all right, cool. I said, they got Challenge Studio B open. He said, Wack, put me in A. I said, Game is already in A. He said, okay, cool, fuck it, I can go in there too, right? So we get to Challenge Studio B. He goes, gets his massage. The mobile lady comes out, and he goes in Studio A. I've been moving around with this nigga about a couple weeks now. What do you think happened that night in Studio A?
He cut the record?
He cut the Game single. So when everybody talking this video and this, one had nothing to do with the other, bro.
Hey, by the way, a couple of people hit me and they said, they told me the same thing. They said, that's your one fuck up. They said, why didn't you go?
You should have got on that jet. If you would have got on that jet, bro, let me explain something to you. You probably would have came back with a couple million in your pocket. Whatever he had going on, he'd have cut you in, gave you some points, and that nigga you would have had a movie. You should have got on that jet, bro.
Damn, you just made it seem like I should have been up in Japan right now.
You should have, bro, he was going to give you a seat on the jet. It probably wasn't nothing about 5 people going to be on the jet. The nigga jet carried 16. You should have got on the jet. When you make sacrifices for him, he sacrificed for you, bro. You should have got on that jet.
Now you got me thinking. Hey, what did you take away? And listen, I'm down for whatever Q&A you had set up. What did you take away from his answers? I mean, he's not backing down from some of the things he said in relation to Jay-Z, the tweet.
I think he's poking the bear, bro. He's poking the bear.
He's doing it harder than he's ever done before now. I'm gonna be honest.
No, he's poking the bear fucking with Kendrick, bro. He taking shots.
The fuck Kendrick
Man,
gonna
that
do?
nigga said, bro, he said Drake is way better.
He's correct. Agree. He's correct.
You're gonna agree.
No. He's correct.
There's no act. We done already did this 18 times. We don't gotta waste time. We know your point of view. We know my point of view, right?
He's talking about importance to rap music, though.
He also said that the Super Bowl, the halftime show was whack.
I mean, come on now.
And he also insinuated that the only reason why Kendrick got the Grammys was based upon they were against Drake. And he also said, and I'm number one, nigga, not you.
I mean, Kanye West is
and he said Kendrick ain't got no hits. Now, you know that ain't true, bro.
Okay, maybe the last one ain't true, but Kanye West is the greatest hip-hop artist of all time. He's always number one. And Drake's my guy, and I still say Kanye was the greatest hip-hop artist of all time.
Who did?
Kanye said he was jealous.
And Ye did say he was jealous. So I'm going to be real. Right now.
He liked it
right
himself.
Now, Ye, you my nigga. Ye, you know you my nigga. You my nigga, Ye. But right now, bro, right now, if I was Kendrick, I would take off on his ass, and Kendrick got the edge. I think now, I'm going to tell you why.
No one expects Kanye to rap battle.
I'm into bullshit. I have to.
Kendrick Lamar is only a battle rapper.
He said too much.
Yo, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
You know what? Too much. If Kanye, listen.
You know what would be more fair?
Let
him do a versus. Kanye would beat him 20-0. Kanye would beat him 20-0 in the verses. He's not gonna rap battle with
us. We ain't talking about no verses. We talking about in the ring today. Listen to me, bro. If Kendrick,
who got more hits, Wack?
If Kendrick, we're not talking about that. Ain't got nothing, nigga.
He's not about to battle rap.
Douglas whooped Mike Tyson ass. Didn't mean shit, did it?
He's not about to battle rap.
Listen to me.
Yo, if Kanye was gonna respond with raps, Drake dissed him.
After everything Kanye said, and I love Ye to death. After all the crazy shit Ye said, if Kendrick took off on him and dissed him,
hell no,
and he didn't respond, nigga, they gonna look at him like you ain't shit.
No, they would kill Kendrick because
Drake and something like that. Kendrick would bury Drake.
No. You know why they would kill Kendrick? Because Kendrick would be showing that he's a one-trick pony. He's a battle rapper. That's it. He's a battle rapper.
Get the fuck out of here. How a nigga go disrespect the nigga and then you say no.
You heard him say in the interview, I make better music than these niggas. That's a fact.
Now watch this. I'm gonna show you. Now act. Let me teach you about politics, right? And I'm gonna use
Top
myself.
Dog must got you on a hell of a retainer. This is crazy.
Oh no. Look, Top Dog been extremely busy. Actually, they're all highly upset at me. Top Dog, Birdman, QCP, they all highly upset at me.
Why?
They called me the other night in R&B. Did they not call me the other night and scold the fuck out of me? Mm-hmm. This is a fact, right? So listen to me. Kendrick has the edge at that for a few reasons. Walk with me. One, he already on fire with it, so he already got the people with him. Two, the powers that be, if you guys are insinuating they altered or controlled something with him and Drake, what the fuck you think gonna happen now?
Whack, man. Whack.
Act, listen to me. Listen to look at what's going on. They are going to and every they can, bro. Think about what I'm saying, bro. Hear me. At least at the time, Drake had y'all both this nigga Kendrick gonna be on shit. He ain't never been, and then you know what's gonna be happening on the other side? Restriction. Think about it. I really think the politics will be in Kendrick's favor. Damn, you gotta ask, girl. Listen, I think the politics are really be in Kendrick's favor when it comes to just the overall how the music is gonna be pushed. When it comes to the rapping, I would love to hear how Ye would respond to a K-Dot diss, bro.
Here's the thing. I think if he was gonna respond musically, he'd make a better song. Yo, we can't compare Kanye West and literally a nigga who he would just be fighting. He'd be just going back and forth to Murder Mook on URL. Kendrick ain't no artist like that compared to Ye.
Hey, bro, get the fuck out of here.
Kendrick Kendrick should never be mentioned in the same caliber as Kanye West.
Drake is who?
What?
If that's the case, because the nigga you call him Murder Mook fucked over Drake. So Drake is who?
What do you mean? In a battle rap sense. And in a battle rap sense, we're gonna give it to Kendrick.
Yo, what's up,
Kendrick
gang?
in a battle rap sense. Well, nobody's taking away his battle rap.
Kendrick outdo Ye, is what you said.
Of course he can't compare to Ye in any type of facet other than being able to battle rap, bro. Like, it feels disrespectful.
But that's what we talking about. A rap battle.
But why would wait, hold on. Why would
the shit Ye was saying
why would
trigger a rap battle?
Why would Ye actually go in an arena of battle rap when that's never been his lane?
Bro, the shit he said on your interview, so why you didn't stop Ye from saying those things? Huh?
I mean, he was saying it right. He said,
why you didn't stop him?
Listen, what that got to do with a battle rap? When he said,
why you didn't stop
hold
him?
on, let me restate what he said. He says Drake is a million.
Why I didn't stop him?
Why
you didn't stop him?
Because he was telling the truth. Drake is a million times more important to hip hop music than Kendrick Lamar. That's a fact.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's a fact.
Nigga, let me tell you something. Kendrick Lamar represents the epitome of every urban ghetto child, right? That come from every motherfucking ghetto area across the United States of America.
Huh?
Drake comes from motherfucking Canada, a motherfucking child little sitcom star. Fuck out of here. Bro, Kendrick, what he represents and stands for is way more motivational, bro, than what Drake stands for when it comes to our country, where the fuck he ain't from.
Hey, you understood that we said who is more important to music, not whose story we identify with more, right? What Kendrick's story is definitely a story that I would believe that more people could identify with than Drake. Of course, his come up story, his life story, yes. But who is more important to music, brother? You can't tell me a nigga who's basically Kawhi Leonard. He drop every 5 years. You can't tell me that nigga is the most important person when it comes to hip hop music over Drake. Stop it. We need to stop it. Come on, we gotta stop the delusion.
That's that salty from Drake.
From
From
Ye,
the
but
Drake
like
battle.
Ye say, I fuck with Kendrick. He's very important. You gonna stop downplaying who he is, because if Kendrick was a New York nigga, you be on his dick right now.
No, Kendrick represents one part of hip hop that is very important, but only one part.
Kendrick represents the epitome of hip hop.
No, that's not true.
That's a fact.
Kanye West represents the epitome of hip hop. That's why he's the greatest hip hop artist.
Kanye West represents a versatility of hip hop.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Somebody that can change the game in hip hop.
Who got a better catalog?
Ye, at this point.
At this point, he ain't never gonna change. Who's a better hip hop
we don't
artist
know,
overall?
bro. Shit happens.
Who's a better hip hop artist overall?
At this point, right now, today, I'm going with Kendrick.
You crazy. Listen, Kanye West is...
Kanye is not focused on hip-hop right now.
Yo.
He's focused... Kanye is
even when he's unfocused,
even
when he's unfocused, he drops albums and he's still working on albums that is...
Ye is focused on positioning the people.
Hold on, but he'll even when he's unfocused, he'll be working on projects that 10,000 times will be more revolutionary and revolutionize not only sound but the current state of music than anybody else. And I'm saying even Drake and Kendrick. We can't respect. We can't be talking about like niggas like Kendrick Lamar compared to the fucking GOAT. Come on, bro. Like, come on. Like, does he rap better than him?
Bro,
yes, he does rap better than him.
That's just like saying, and I know you're not gonna like this, but I'm gonna put you in the
free YB, man.
At one point in time, people would have said you can't be comparing Kanye to people like Jay-Z. That's the GOAT.
No bullshit.
And look what has happened.
Well, yeah, he's a better artist. I mean, of course, he was behind.
Okay.
He was behind a lot of
acting like Kendrick ain't in his J bag on his build, bro.
Nigga, fuck out of here, bro. Right? Are you serious? Yo, I understand he wore the KKK hoodie. I understand he's done some shit.
We not fighting him for that,
bro. Okay, but if we talk about strictly music, Kendrick Lamar can't hold a candle to goddamn. And by the way, I think Drake either on a music level. This guy is the epitome of music. He's the best musician of all time that's ever came that's ever been in hip hop. Has there been better rappers? Clearly. Drake's a better rapper. Kendrick's a better rapper, right? But overall, when it comes to hip hop artistry, when we think about the significant changes of sound in modern time that has spawned the likes of whether it's the Travis Scott, the Kid Cudis, all of these other people, Kanye is the originator and Kanye changed hip hop. He single-handedly, the Pink Polo guy, changed hip hop from all of this like, yo, go shorty, it's your birthday and many men, to basically what emo rap eventually came on. Without him, I don't even think that people like even Kendrick even get spawned. And I don't even think that we get people like X. I think the majority of hip hop came from Kanye West. I'm sorry. I got to give it up to him. The guy's the most important. Could you call him a little bit like, he's a little bit loony at times, you may say? Sure, you can say that, but is he the greatest single most important artist of all time when it comes to hip hop music? Absolutely.
Do you know where Drake made his first mistake with Kendrick?
You tell me.
When he said Kendrick is rapping like he's trying to free the slaves.
I heard someone else say that. That's wrong.
What you trying to do?
That's wrong.
What you trying to do? Keep them enslaved?
No, that's
he's
wrong.
He's supposed to be rapping like he's trying to free the slaves.
I hate when people try to rewrite.
No.
I hate when people try to rewrite the history of that battle. The reality is this. Fuck the mistakes and fuck the
ain't no mistake.
You said YB already.
It's not about what Drake's first mistake was. is about who
I gotta do my
had the
research.
first knockout punch, and it was not like us. Anything else with the
I
battle
gotta
is
do my
inconsequential.
research.
Listen,
Who cares if you did AI on a beat? Who
So you
cares if
agree right now that Kendrick ain't a walk in the park if it was a Kendrick Ye rap battle?
if I'm Ye, why would I rap battle versus a nigga that's all he know how to do? I would say this.
He got a
I
rap
would
battle.
bet I put $100,000 on it. If Kanye West locks in the music for, I would say 2 weeks, it's impossible for Kendrick to make a better album than him. This guy's a musician.
We're
You're
not
talking
talking
about
about
battle
an
rap.
album. We're talking about rap battle.
Yeah, bro, who cares about a rap
Bro,
battle?
Bro,
Yo, Pusha
he
T
shot
won a
the
rap battle
missile.
and he's
Okay.
back in the trenches.
Are
Respectfully.
you saying that Ye, in your interview, didn't shoot missiles at Kendrick?
Yeah, he shot missiles because he's the king of this
so
hip hop
when you
shit.
shoot missiles,
Yeah, hold on.
right,
The missiles don't only get handled with rap battle. He said, I'm the king of this shit, and when I say who's important, that's who's important. He's the king.
supposed to say he's the king. We have many kings.
Well,
In the motherland, there were many kings amongst
yo,
land,
it's
bro.
a sad day that you're taking like we're giving Kendrick top tier ability to be able to rap battle. I'm giving that to him. Before the battle with Drake, I used to say he was unproven. Now I can say he's definitely proven. Okay, great. I won't take that away from him. But if you're gonna talk about him and Kanye West in terms of music making, yo, this nigga Kendrick had a whole career, and he hold on. His career never got this big.
started off in
Yo, play
rap
this.
battle.
Play this. Kanye didn't have
Rap
to
battle.
Kanye didn't have to get a uptick in his career by rap battling. You know what he did? He made My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, Graduation. He made College Dropout. He made Late Registration.
Bro.
He made 5 classics in a goddamn
Bro,
row. He's
we're
a rapper with the
talking
most
about
amount of
rap
classics.
battle.
What are we
And
talking
you
about?
just admitted
Yo,
that
Kendrick's last
has
few
the
albums,
edge
and he was fucking with
in the
Donda.
rap battle. Did
Let me
you
ask you a
not?
question. Whack, can I ask you a question? Is Kendrick's last
You
couple
know you
albums
ain't
fucking
getting
with
another
Donda?
interview ever again, so you might want to stop dick riding. Just tell the truth.
I'm telling the truth. Hey, if I'm telling the truth and I relate it to Drake, and you know Drake my favorite rapper, but I can't deny the nigga's the greatest hip hop artist of all time. That's Kanye West. Drake to me is the greatest rapper of all time, but there's a difference between rapper and artist. There's also a and so I'll give you maybe Kendrick's the greatest battle rapper of all time. Drake the greatest overall
Get the
rapper,
fuck
and
outta
then
here.
we're gonna give Kanye the greatest artist of all time. That's how it is. Come on. Stop this. Come on, we gotta stop this
Are
delusion.
you talking about rap?
Everything is rap, but hip hop, the core element is rap. But we all know the artist takes that rap to a different level. Like again, Dr. Dre, obviously one of the greatest producers of all time, but he's a great also artist. That's why he could create
Yes, sir.
he could create these projects even for himself, even though he's not a natural rapper, but there'll be classics too. Kanye, Amari West is the greatest hip hop artist of all time. There's not even a 1A, there's no 1B. It's just him. He's looking out at everybody. This is the reason why he can say whatever he wants. We'll never cancel him. We'll always give him another chance. If anybody else did half of that, we're done with them. Kendrick included, Drake too.
Let me tell you something, Act. You have fake because you still haven't put on the White Lives Matter shirt and took a picture, and you scared to put on the motherfucking KKK uniform.
Why? What the hell that got to do with this conversation we having? What the hell?
Why wouldn't you put it on? You saying what you mean? That's your leader, right?
No. Listen, you know, there's certain things, and we could have discernment, right? For example, I could give Kanye the credit for being the greatest hip hop artist of all time, and still say I don't agree with all of his thoughts. Right? If I agreed with all of his thoughts because he was the greatest, that'd be called dick riding. It's like the same way how Kendrick fans think because he's a good battle rapper, like he's impervious to lying. He's impervious to doing anything that every other man is fallible to. Like they act like he's Jesus. That's dick riding, right? So I'm saying Kanye
No, it ain't.
greatest.
That's giving that man his credit, his status.
Say again?
That's giving him his status, giving him his credit.
No, everybody act like Kendrick could do no wrong. Like
Hey
people
man, let
talk
me
about,
ask you a
like he's a
question, man.
revolutionary.
Can I line up an interview with you and my nephew over there? I mean, I don't know if you could have it.
Who?
You know who I'm talking about off the West Coast.
Who? Daylight?
you
G
look-
Malone? Who?
No, I think you're a little scared of me. Come on, you know who?
Who?
He said he'll never talk to you, but I think I can get him to do it.
Who? Wait. Who?
Come on, bro.
Wait, who? Who don't want to talk to me? They love me on the West.
Come on, bro. You know what the fuck I'm talking about, bro.
Chad, who's he talking about?
You know.
Who? Throw me a
You
hint.
re-
Throw me a hint.
You really go. He's the voice of the West Coast.
Who's the voice of, like, media wise?
He's the voice of the West Coast.
When it comes
his co-host name is Gina Views.
If it's the voice of the West Coast, it's Adam 22. When it comes to, he's the biggest media personality on the West. I'm sorry. Adam 22 is the biggest media personality on the West. Who else?
So you scared to talk to nephew?
Are you referring to DJ Head?
There we go. See, I was gonna make you put some respect on this thing.
With all due respect,
Got it.
with all due
Change
respect,
your PTR. I was gonna make
yeah,
sure you
with all
put
due
respect on his name.
Yo.
Stop acting like you don't know the fuck we talking
with
about.
all due respect, and this is why I say people laugh at the West Coast. We be treating y'all like the special kid in the class. Like, you know what I mean? When you get an F, we just give y'all an A. Because if he's the biggest voice on the West Coast with a
Do you think you can handle a conversation with him?
with a non-existent platform, he basically don't got nothing going on. Like, I mean,
Do you think you can handle a conversation?
of course
with
I could handle a conversation with him.
I'ma
Here's the thing,
set it
though.
up.
It won't be a conversation in
set
good
it
faith.
up.
It won't be a conversation in good faith because we've had that conversation on stream, and he flat out said he refuses to give certain props to other people that might look disparaging to Kendrick because he came up with him. And when someone says that, hey, you're not having a good faith discussion.
I'm gonna line it up, bro. I'm gonna line it up. We're gonna line it up.
It's like would you have if you say someone's your brother and somebody wants to debate you objectively and you're like, well, I mean,
I debate you all the time, motherfucker.
nah, but all right, hold on, see, I hate to bring this up, but remember when they were going around about what's the work, who got the work? I mean, you were doing that when people said, well, why you ain't cover the work on QCP? That's your brother. You don't give a fuck what niggas say, and I like that you say that because some shit we ain't gonna. That's your bias, and you should have a bias.
Listen, check this out.
See?
Some people that don't do internet shit, I don't put them in internet shit. I'm just being real.
Whack, I've heard you
There's
talk
some
about
people
niggas
that
I didn't even know
don't
they
do
were.
it.
Whack, you talk about a nigga named Stutterbox. I was Googling who the fuck this nigga. I don't know who he is, bro. Like, you be
That's
talking about
only because he allowed them to pull him into the internet shit.
no, but you talk about a lot of people that's not. You introduced me to half of the West Coast, bro. Like, you in the Hunter side, because when I listen to y'all in the morning, I know y'all gonna be talking specialized about certain shit. Y'all got the details, and I'm checking y'all out. But a lot of times I'm Googling to say, who the hell is this?
I just mentioned QCP. I just told you they all called and chastised me the other day. Like 1 a.m.
What'd you do?
And I got this motherfucking woman over here who say she my motherfucking queen over here talking about tell him again.
Oh, don't tell me R&B was gassing it.
Oh my God.
No way.
What?
Nah.
As
R&B.
pretty as that ass was on the side of me, I said, get the fuck away from me.
Hey, but here's the thing. Again, I'm down to have a conversation with DJ Head. I'll say this though. I don't think it'll be a conversation that's in good faith because, put it like this: if you ask him to give one criticism of Kendrick, he can't do it. If you ask me to give a criticism of Drake, I could give you 20 of them. Because not only am I a fan of Drake, I'm also a critique of Drake. I'm the one who said when For the Dogs came out at first, it's not what I expected. Why does it sound like this? Why is he leaning into certain things?
Have you ever had a session with Big Boy?
No, but I definitely have a tremendous respect for Big Boy. Big Boy's
I'm gonna set that one up for you next. That's gonna be big.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have him come on your shit. I'm gonna have him call in. That's my brother. See, now, Act, you see how, and I will tell you this, we're gonna move on with the questioning. People be wondering how I got or get so much shit. Act, you gotta remember, bro, my phone book is a motherfucker.
Now, you do got an extensive Rolodex. I mean, you're the one who got Snoop Dogg on the stream. You know you got Snoop Dogg on here. I was
look, we on your stream. I'm like, hold on, let me hit Dog. You thought I was capping.
Yeah, nah, I definitely did.
Right?
I thought it was AI when he first came on.
Yo, Axe, Dog on what? Yeah, what's up? That's right. You know what I'm saying? right? I deal with people don't even know I deal with. Like if R&B was to come in here, she'd tell you the type of people call this phone, the type of business that I do. From all kind of shit. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, I got a lot of history with a lot of people, bro, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? So it just is what it is. Yo, Floor, who compiled the questions for this dude? AB, one of y'all, somebody. Who compiled the questions? Nobody?
Good
Yo, Wax,
afternoon.
salute.
Good afternoon.
There you go.
Hey, academics, thank you so much for coming back through to our stage. You know, it's the 100 side, the best side. We appreciate you taking your time out today. We do have some questions from on the stage. I know Tink DS, but I also have a question to open up. So just watching your video, I saw how you walked in, you know, kind of smooth. You was trying to get your hat right, you know, front, back.
Yeah.
Then you started moving furniture. Were you expecting to have a stand-up interview face-to-face with Kanye? And how did you adjust to all of that?
That's why I like how, by the way, thank you for your question, by the way, you know, shout out to the 100 side. That's what I do like about it being like, you see me get out the car and you then see him get in the car. Like everything is unedited, but I had no idea what to expect. I'm thinking, I don't know if I've met a billionaire before. I don't know. Well, I guess I have, but I haven't been a hip hop. I thought it was going to be a lot of people. I thought it was going to be, and again, I've heard stories about Ye, like just his personality. Sometimes he could be hot, he could be cold. So I didn't know what it was going to be. And also, like, because it's Kanye, I think he, you know, I look at him when it comes to production, not only music, but even video, as having really high standards. And I'm like, dog, I'm doing this off of a vlog mic and a camera. And I was a little bit nervous, definitely nervous. And also, here's the thing too, you know, somebody said in my chat, they were like, yo, bro, out of all the people you support and the people you like, bro, Kanye West gave you this interview before a lot of them. And also, here's the thing, I was surprised how it was just me and him. It wasn't like a bunch of red tape. I told him this. I said, usually the richer people they have people around them and it gets bureaucratic, and you're dealing with, you got to talk to the assistant that talks to the stylist who jumps on set to be like, yo, I got to fix his hair, I got to fix his shirt. And it was only Ye in that room. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm glad how it turned out, but was I nervous? Hell yeah. And of course, him asking me to move the furniture, nigga, sorry my language, but like, yo, at that point I became an IKEA worker. Who cares? I was just, hey, I'm a person though. Yeah, I'm a person who, like, I've always got my hands dirty. Like, you know, what people don't realize about me, like way back in the day, this is 2013. Like, I last had a regular job in 2013. I had, which I just brought back to my house at this point because I'm a hoarder a little bit. I had this Mazda 3. I used to record YouTube videos out the back of it when I used to tell my boss I'm going to the bathroom. So I would record YouTube videos out of that. So I only say that to say, like, if I need to get my hands dirty, like, I'm always down for that. I'm not the guy who walks in like, all right, set up production and just mic me up and let's go. Like, hey, if I'm moving furniture, I was going to get it done by hook or by crook. I don't care what it was, even if it was on an iPhone.
Dope. Yeah, it was definitely a great interview. And I thought of all of those things. I was like, man, how did he even score this stand-up interview? Because it ended up being a stand-up interview. But shoot, it sounds like you have some connections. Now, was it one of those things where you did have to speak to his assistant first, or it was like a direct line you had?
Yes, so there was like, you know, one person in between just kind of trying to set up logistics at first before everything went haywire. And by the way, I do want to address, because I do see this people saying this on Twitter. They're saying, fuck the KKK outfit or whatever he had going on. The most impressive thing was this nigga Academic stood for a straight hour. That deserves a Pulitzer Prize. It wasn't as uncomfortable as you think. Honestly, I was just standing there like, you know, I didn't know what he was going to do. Like, I at times, I don't know. I really don't know. Like, so it didn't even sound dick riderish. Right?
Oh no, he dick ride.
I felt like I was like floating.
That's a dick ride, bro.
That space.
That's
a
like crazy dick ride.
Like, process everything he was saying at the level that he wanted to make sure I'm asking the right questions.
Get that nigga dick out your mouth. That was gay.
Point of what he wanted to get out.
That was gay.
And by the way, he requested an interview. He requested it, so he requested it on Twitter. And
dope.
I think the reason why he
Nigga said he was
requested it,
floating.
I sent out a
the
tweet
fuck?
and I said, I think this year people have to channel their yay energy. And the reason why I said that was that, you know, I definitely think speech and how people like this woke stuff, and it could be woke in any type of way you want to think about it. It's kind of made people so scared to say what's on their mind. And that doesn't mean I agree with everything he says, but being able to say what's on your mind, hopefully it's not going to, like, everyone doesn't hate you for it. But I do think that's a ideal that people are missing on social media and on just like the internet period, where people should be able to say what what you feel. Hopefully it's not something that'll get you to lose your job or your bank accounts. But I think that's the yay energy I was talking about. I think he's seen that, and then he was just like, yo, I want to connect with that guy because he's at least seeing some facet of me being able to express myself and me valuing that. So yeah, and that's another reason why I kept it, or I wanted to keep it unedited. And by the way, I think it was pretty much unedited.
It definitely appeared to come across unedited, and that is something I like about you too. Is like you kind of just have your own opinion and you keep it real to yourself. So, shout out to you. I do have some more team members on stage who are looking to ask some questions. Tink, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, Eric?
Tink, what's good? I've heard your name a few times. I've heard Wax say. I heard you kick the lid off a couple things on here.
Just a couple. But I did want to ask the question because, I'm from Chicago. Mm-hmm. With Kanye being from Chicago, I know you have heavily interview with Dirk and things to that nature, G Herbo, Polo G, all of these people, especially when it came down to your Warren Chirac era or whatever, with everything that you cover with the Chicago culture, did this interview, did it make you look at Chicago a little differently, or was you more so looking at, just Kanye, period, within himself?
Well, I definitely say that, Chicago, I think, is just, first of all, Chicago is a super multifaceted place, because if you could think about...
You better say that.
Think about me interviewing Dirk, and then think about me interviewing Kanye. By the way, I've interviewed even Dreezy back in the day, but there's different waves of it with Kanye. I'm gonna be honest with you, and Wack might have thought I was just dick riding trying to get to Japan. I really do look at this guy as, really one of the best hip hop artists, really the best hip hop artist of all time. So being able to, try to soak up some game, or at least trying to challenge him, or even, I didn't think this was going to happen that quickly. So it definitely made me look at Chicago. Chicago artists show me a lot of love, and I try to show them love. So, I think that's what we could say. Anytime when people bring up whether it's War Chirac or whatever, definitely my career has 100% not only been benefited by Chicago, but Chicago is always tied into my story, whether it's the artists I've covered, whether it's the love I've gotten, or even sometimes, some of the backlash. But it's all part of the story. So, I love Chicago, and I love the fact that there's that dichotomy between a Ye and a Dirk, a Ye and a Vaughn, or a Ye and a Keith. So, yeah, Chicago's a great place, especially for music. Well, for music.
For everything, food, everything, you got it in Chicago. But I'm gonna pass it off to
T. Bradshaw. T. Bradshaw, you on the stage?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, T. Bradshaw, you up next.
Trap Bradshaw. So, saying throughout the whole interview that Ye had a lot to say about, he was kind of kicking down on not kicking down, but going at Kendrick and bigging up Drake though, man. Do you feel as if where do you think the change of feelings came from?
That's a really good question. So, what I kind of realized about everything that was happening, right? And this is how, if you want to I try to do a director's cut, reacting to the interview when it first came out. But one thing I realized is that all of his beefs, or all of the things, the axes he had to grind, kind of came from the same things, right? So, for example, because and by the way, I was speaking to him the other night as well, and he had talked about, he had mentioned something about R. Kelly, and for him, it's him seeing certain people, and he feel like he's seen how the media or whatever did to them, and not that these people are like angels or whatever, but he identifies somewhat with it. And I think that's where the Drake thing comes in. I think he still looks at Drake as a rival. I don't think he really rocks with Drake like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's a whole different thing. But I think what he looked at it, he's like, you know what? What's happening to Drake is what happens when partially the industry has pressed the button to say, we've had enough of you, and we're going to humble you and put you in check. And that's how he looks at it. And for him, he looks at himself to say, yeah, they tried to do the same thing to me. So I think that's why he speaks maybe pro Drake in a sense of comparing it to Kendrick. And he probably speaks against Kendrick because he's saying, yo, Kendrick, you might think that this is just about you winning a back and forth versus this other guy, but you should also realize that there's other forces. It's not just you. Great, you made a great song. You did good in the battle, but it's not just you. There's other forces that are affecting this, and I know this too well because those same forces, when they wanted to humble me or get me out of the paint, they also affected me. So I think that's where his criticism is. He uses a Matrix reference where he's like, yo, and he said it with Cardi, and he kept saying like he feels Cardi's operating on the behalf of some of these people with that invisible hand that's, trying to either push a certain agenda, this and third. And I guess he's saying that to Kendrick where he's saying, yo, a lot of what you're doing now, as you may think it's you, but there's an agenda behind it. And I'm never going to be cool with those people that end up being agents of those people with the agenda. So if you understand that point, I think you might understand why he's speaking about Kendrick a lot. Now, he also admitted that he is jealous. And I thought that was a very introspective view and also an honest view, right? Like, of course, he's human. He wanted to be on an album. Whatever that happened with the Cardi thing, again, he knows just like I know. Cardi made certain decisions. Kendrick got on the album a few times, supposedly had some maybe input, and however it came about, it was decided that Kanye shouldn't be on the album. So you can see why he's feeling a certain type of way about it. He's not just spewing just random like whatever. It's coming from his POV, if you get what I'm saying.
I got you. Seen the Nokia video yet?
You low as fuck, Bradshaw. You low, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was asking a simple question. I'm good. I'm fixing my mic over here. I'll be back in a
Wait.
minute.
Was he asking if I saw the Nokia video? No, I didn't see the Nokia video yet, but I see circulating on Twitter.
That's what I asked.
Okay, there you go. Bradshaw, listen, bro. Listen, brother. You at home over here.
Fact.
Listen. You know the things I got to deal with, you don't have to deal with on this floor. It's order here, Bradshaw. Hey, Ion, if Ion is in that goo, y'all find my brother, pull him up. You welcome
He on stage.
Ion, go ahead. And don't ever disrespect me like that again. I'm going to attack you. Motherfucker asked me, could he ask a question?
So I have a question for you academics. First of all, one great interview. It was really dope.
By the way, thank you. It means a lot from you because I know we've kind of.
There you go. My boy remembered him.
Of course I remember. That means a lot from you. Appreciate it. Hey, not to cut you off, but I will say, I was also thinking about that, like walking away from the situation. I'm like, I didn't want to be the person who let everybody down, that everybody was going to say, this dude because sometimes I talk a lot, which I am right now. Like, either I talk too much, or I was too opinionated, or I didn't do enough pushback, or...
you did good.
Yeah, I'm very happy about that. But continue.
No, I really appreciated how you let things like flow because, sometimes, interviewing people, because I've interviewed a few people, including him, if you like too direct, it can go like different places, but you definitely tapped into his creative side. And the way that interview flowed, we were able to see things from a different perspective. But I wanted to know, because there was like an awkward space when y'all left the hotel room, and there was these people who worked for him.
Yeah.
And it almost was like whole energy change. I wanted to know, like, what was your experience and what was you thinking when you saw this, black billionaire come out with this KKK mask and a White Lives Matter shirt, and then he had like these, white people ironing his shit for him, basically going through his bag and helping him prep for this types of stuff, and then coming to find out that Skims, the lady who was Kim Kardashian robbed Skims from, was actually on Kanye West's team. And it almost was like a moment where Kanye like just gave that look, like, you see what's going on here. What was your experience there? And tell me what you thought about that.
Yeah, so you're gonna see, like, when we get into sometimes it's easy to be one version of yourself, either in private, or maybe you could do it on Twitter or in controlled spaces. But when you're around other people, to be unapologetically yourself. And I said it to Ye. I said, like he never talked like he had to like brace for people's feelings about what he felt and what he wanted to do. And a lot of times we see this like in the black community a bit, where it's like we'll act a certain type of way when it's just us. Then when we get to the white people, like, we're like a fully sanitized version, or it's like very different. And I just noticed that, obviously some of these people are on his team or whatever, but I just noticed he's just the same person and he's just him. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't understand, like, I only realized, and I did the Googling afterwards, when he introduced me, I didn't really think that was really the person. So the person who supposedly headed up Skims and everything, I get to realize, I'm like, oh shit, like, that's like actually a moment there. But I was kind of confused. I was just like, there, like, okay, wait, is he gonna wear this out in public? And then he gave me the White Lives Matter t-shirt. I'm like, well, this is like epic. This is going on eBay. Now I'm playing. But I'm like,
you should frame that.
but the whole time I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, I didn't even, the guy too, I don't know if he was wearing like a religious outfit. I don't know, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that was weird as hell, seeing that guy just standing there. And I'm like, what is going on here? I really wanted to know your thought process.
Yo, and I'm not that versed on like religion that much. So I'm like kind of looking at him, I'm like, it's not like a Jewish outfit, is it? Like, hold on, I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know. Like, so I'm looking at Kanye, I'm looking at him, I'm seeing if they're gonna look at him and be like, yo, wait, you still have the swastika chain on? I don't, like, I was just sitting there, just watch my face, and I wish the cameraman like panned to everyone else, because I'm just kind of like, this is Kanye.
What did that tell you? Listen, in that moment, I don't think you understood what that moment meant. That moment right there has never, ever happened in that manner. You step out, you got Ye, you got some Jewish people, you got some people got some position in a very prominent company, and you got Ye showing off the goddamn Klan outfit with the swastika chain, and they are embracing it. What does that tell you about that man?
Man, I told me he's just apologetically himself. And also, by the way, I also give him credit. He never told me he even said, bring the cameraman inside the elevator to keep rolling.
Yeah, he don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
He don't care.
Yeah, it also told me, like, to him, what he sees as outrage is not necessarily, he matches it with what he sees around him, right? So when people are online just giving like maybe some blanket opinions like, oh, I can't believe you're doing this, he cares more about it, because he even said it. He was like, yo, he's like, I usually talk to some people who I would consider woke, and I ask them, what about what I'm saying offends you? So he looks like he's having these conversations. So I don't know. I'm telling you, I watched it happen live, and even now I'm watching the video, and I feel like Quando Rondo was an out of body experience. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm like, damn, that all happened very naturally, unplanned, unpredictable. Yeah.
Bang, you in here quiet as fuck. I know you grew up and have you on restriction. You got some questions for Act Bang? Crazy.
I know CL had a question on DS.
Oh, yeah, especially DS. Yeah, where's Motor Mouth at? Motor Mouth.
I got a pretty mouth, but I do have a couple questions. Let's see. What's something that you learned about Kanye that you didn't know before y'all interview?
Uh, you know what it is. I feel like once he gives you his word, he'll stick to it, and I see why he feels so disrespected when people don't stick to their word, or when relationships or people go against him, because you know, for him, even that happening, that interview happening like that, he's like, "Hey, Ak, I know we were supposed to do it yesterday, and I was supposed to leave." And he essentially told me, "I gave you my word I was going to do this. I'm going to do it." And I think Wax said the same thing. You know, it's important when you could value a man's word. When you could value a man's word with his actions. I think that matters, and I can see why. Despite what the narrative and people say about him and like him personally, I can see why people do go around him. You know what I mean? Like he's very direct. He's gonna tell you what he means, but also if he gives you his word, he's gonna stick to it. And I like that. Because if you had asked me when I got on that plane, I thought it was a 60-40 I did the interview. I think what was gonna happen, I would have probably met with him, and then I've done this a lot. Sometimes these rappers, they're just not in the mood for an interview. Or they're like, oh, okay, I got to go somewhere, or just stick around indefinitely, and it'll happen eventually, and you end up just pretty much leaving. But he stuck to his word, so I respect it.
That was my next question. Were you afraid to be alone with Kanye on that jet, or why didn't you really go to Japan with him?
I'm gonna be honest. Well, first of all, Japan is very far, but number two, I was also thinking, I'm like, maybe I was just thinking about, I'm just not even in the place to. It just feels like something I would plan for.
You was thinking about your shits in the hotel room, your girl here, your people.
Yeah, you started thinking. Yeah, you started thinking.
I already know.
You started thinking logistically, right? I'm thinking.
What you were supposed to do was.
I'm thinking I got my dogs in Jersey. I'm thinking so many things. I'm like, nah, I can't go right now.
Your girl was supposed to go back and handle that, and what you were supposed to do, send her back to handle that, and then you were supposed to fly her to you, bro. That's it. He'd let her come back with y'all. He don't trip like that.
And also, I'm gonna be honest with you. There was like, I didn't know if that invitation was like, all right. If I said yes, it was like, okay, well, hop in the car and let's go now.
No, that's what that was. No, he'd have told you and the camera crew, let's roll, and that would have been it, bro. If he'd have had stragglers, he'd have put them on a regular flight. I'm telling you, I know it. Like, what you was supposed, if you would have hit me and said, whack, this nigga, I'd have said, look, bro, tell your girl, go pack your shit up, send her back, handle, get the house locked down, book her a ticket, I'll give you my agent, he get the shit for the low, we'll pay half to get her over there to you. He gonna take you and your camera crew, but get on that motherfucking jet. I'm telling you. I'd have told you to get on that jet, because you'd have came back with a movie. And you'd have came back probably with some points in the company or some shit. That's just how he do.
And I agree with that too. So won't say too much, but he FaceTime from Japan. Yo, he has a whole situation over there.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the worst mistake.
Like almost, I had to ask him, like, wait, this is Japan? Like, he has it set up over there where it's not like he's just there just randomly. He has a whole operation with a whole team working, just like I saw those team working when he was at like his big ass factory or warehouse in LA. So I'm like, wow, he just has all of these facilities around the world where he has 10 things working, and he's giving me a tour. He's like, this we're doing here, we're doing this here, we're doing this here, we're doing this here. And he's having a meeting while he's on a call with us, and then something he didn't like, and he's like, I'm gonna call you right back. I need to have a team meeting real quick. He's doing 30 things at once. I think that's probably the most impressive thing about him too.
That's a fact. Brock, where Brock? Brock ain't in here. I got my hitters is quiet. Brock, quiet.
Yeah, what's happening? What's happening? It's Brock, man.
What up, Brock?
All right, so bro, I know you believe, because you're one of the leaders of the new school as far as the independent media, unbiased, because you're not like controlled by the powers that be. So let me see. So even though you kind of feel like you unbiased and an independent media source, do you feel sometimes sorry, I got the baby. Do you feel sometimes compelled to My bad, had to be off. Do you feel sometimes compelled to like be biased to like balance out the narrative sometimes? Like, cause looking at what happened to Drake last year, you know, you got the Kendrick situation, and then like the whole media kind of changed on Drake. I kind of seen you kind of take the stance of the balancer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I had this conversation even with Drake. You know, I was like, yo, listen, this is the first time ever I felt like, you know, because I felt like I got to the heights of independent media. I felt a lot of narratives that came out, I was maybe a part of, help even push, whether rightly or wrongly or whatever. But when it came to the Drake shit, it was just like, it became so much like politics. Where I remember saying to him, I'm like, yo, the crazy thing is if I give a Kendrick Lamar song any credit, first of all, Kendrick has a great digital team. They clip it and they use that to say Drake's biggest fan even likes this Kendrick shit. And when you see that happening, like not only in media, it kind of makes you
This
like,
what
all right,
happened.
well, so the only way not to be taken out of context there,
nigga, I ain't seen the
I just gotta
Eraser
only like
in
Drake
years.
and never criticize Drake or not
What
like
the
Kendrick
fuck?
or never give Kendrick credit. And I ain't gonna lie,
Nigga, I ain't
that was
seen the
probably, especially
Eraser
because
and some shit.
that was one of the toughest
That's
things that I had to
crazy.
get over with, right? Because it's like, you know, with all due respect to Wax Guy, DJ Head is like, he's very comfortable with just being, I'm Kendrick's guy, right? For me, at the end of the day, this was Drake's music, Kendrick's music too at times, but I got to cover all of hip hop. Hip hop is not going to only end with Drake. You know, at times I got to cover Playboi Carti. I got to cover, you know, Future. So I have to be balanced with that. So I remember just saying to myself, I'm like, listen, I get it. And I told Drake too. I said, Drake, yo, if you see because I think he had asked me about a clip, but he asked me about a clip because it seemed hypocritical, and I said, no, this clip is I've been critiquing this, that, and the third from you, right? That's not me now hating on you. Like, I've always given you props, but I've always been one of the biggest critics of Drake. And I'm like, I don't want this battle to change that. If I can't critique you now because now I gotta be a Drake fan and defend you all the time, this don't sound like a good way to do media at all. So, and that wasn't his demeanor. And he agreed with the same thing. He said, listen, yo, as long, and you know, his thing first early on was about some personal stuff too. You know, that's where him and Joe fell out. It was just like, yo, listen, talk about my music. Don't throw it in the air like I'm some fucking weirdo like that likes young girls. Like, what the fuck? What are you coming up with that shit?
Right.
But yeah, it did get to a point where it's like, for example, like, look how they weaponized against me. Bro, I like Euphoria. I really think that's one of the, it's way better song than Not Like Us. Euphoria is a masterful song. Me saying that, every Kendrick page clips right there and be like, Drake's biggest fan says Kendrick made it, and it became, that's how people were doing it, right? So now it's like, so now I can't tell you I like anything by Kendrick. So now it seems more like I'm just biased for Drake. You get what I'm saying? And
yeah,
and that's the tough part. But I think we're getting past it a little bit. I'm glad other people, you know, when I said Cardi saved hip hop, it wasn't necessarily like he saved hip hop, but he's changing the subject. For a year straight, it's been Drake, Kendrick, and we're still talking about Drake and Kendrick. But we're finally getting other hip hop artists and other hip hop, you know, storylines that we could talk about, other than just this back and forth thing. Shit, even Kanye, I'm glad Kanye even, you know, put an interview out, even though he's still talking about Kendrick and Drake. But I do think after a while, this Kendrick Drake shit has gotten, you know, media personalities compromised. I think it's gotten media entities more biased because, you know, as I've seen some people say and agree with it, hip hop is kind of going back to a time where it's you pick what you like, right? Where there was a time where the backpackers, the people who like backpack music, if you like the Talib Kweli's and the Mos Defs, you were the people who were saying, yeah, I don't fuck with that Jay-Z shit, man. Yo, he's watered down. You know what I mean? It wasn't like you liked both. So it was like you either picked one or the other. And you had people like Jay-Z who would rap like, yo, I dumbed down for my audience, but double my dollars. You'd be like, yo, truth be told, he said I could be rhyming like common sense, but all those lyrics about why he
been
does
rhyming like common sense.
exactly. And hip hop is kind of getting back to that, where it's getting split, where you have the people who they're like, we're on the side of substance and saying some shit in your music that means something, but also regionality. Like the whole West Coast is rocking with Kendrick, versus other people are like, well, we don't want to hear that preaching shit. We can't read a dictionary in the club. We're over here with the hit music or whatever the case is. So hip hop is kind of getting split again. You know, before there was a time that I think people were just lumping all of it into the same bucket. But I think these days niggas is clearly saying, I don't like that. I like this. And it's happening on both sides. So, you know, on a media perspective, I just try to keep it fair and balanced and try to make sure, you know, because at the end of the day, here's the thing. Kendrick is gonna drop, right? So it's like, if you vow to just hate on Kendrick for the end of time, he's gonna make good moments. He's gonna do good things because he's a good artist. So you can't take it too personal. That's why I'm glad this moment, slowly and surely, it's kind of dissipating.
Yeah, for me, those are like my ones and twos. I would call what you talking about like the great divide, the hip hop civil war, like to where it's like kind of that divide. I do see what you're saying, but that was kind of what I was touching on, because it seems like it forced you to be a little biased, only to be a contrarian to the mainstream, which is crazy that you had to ironically support Drake, which is like the most mainstream ever, against the actual mainstream, because he took the role as like, you know, the underground guy in this situation of what was going on. So I see why you had to, and I see why, like, you know, the academics page on Twitter is always going to be like damn near like the anti, what do you say, DJ Head's on this side, the academics page is like on that side. My point, I just wanted to see if you felt like pressure from the outside, which you kind of did, like kind of touch into, like feel like you had to kind of help Drake out, you know, for a little bit to kind of play contrarian to what the narratives was.
And by the way, here's the thing too, right? I always say this. One of the most like, you know, I always call my audience chat niggas. And there was a time when I first start, like, you know, making these videos and I could start seeing my audience because I was seeing the same faces or names in the comment section. They all used to just clown me. Like they had like these pages pop up. Academics is the type of nigga that whatever, and they would just like make fun of me, right? And I mean, at times I used to even like, damn, my audience don't rock with me. And it wasn't until the pretty much one of the most proudest moments of my, you know, development with especially my audience. I seen how they rode for me. It's like it's like a big brother, little brother thing. Like, oh yeah, we could fuck with him, but y'all can't. And I remember it was that when I was at Complex, because I remember like I was like the whole situation at Complex wasn't the best at first, and I remember my audience was just like, yo, y'all doing our guy wrong. Fuck y'all. We about to go crazy on y'all. And that's when I realized I'm like, damn, these people really do love me. And I say that to say, when it comes to this, you know, like say the Drake stuff, and this does bleed into it. At the end of the day, I'm a Drake fan, right? So like, do I clown Drake about duck lips, this and third, and certain shit he might do that's goofy? Of course. But when your guy is under attack, you do start like, hold on now. Hold on. All right, hold on. Y'all doing too much. And that is a little bit part of why you see Drake fans so, you know, activated. Why you see Kendrick fans so activated for him. And shit, a little bit for me too, though, because I'm like, yo, y'all are trying to tell me that this music that I've enjoyed from this guy is like some shit that y'all want to get out of here. No, this is music I like. This is what I like. And yes, it's a little bit defense. I think I probably am a little bit defensive of Drake a little bit, because this is the shit I enjoy, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, just like if I'm arguing with someone who enjoys Kendrick music for the most part, they're going to be saying, whoa, what you mean this is only battle rap, free the slaves music? What the fuck are you like? They would get upset as well. So
sports is the perfect analogy, bro.
Exactly.
Like
Sports and
Cowboys,
habits.
For real,
yeah, because those is my 1 and 2, bro. It's like LeBron and fucking Kobe. Like those are literally my 1 and 2 for the last decade. You know what I'm saying? What's up, bro? So like looking at the situation was very conflicting for me. So I understand where you were at. I'm a huge Kendrick fan and I'm a huge Drake fan. So when the whole situation was going on, I felt conflicted too. And especially once I seen what the narrative was that was being pushed at the end of the battle. You know, I'm one of the people on record that thinks lyrically Drake might have won the fucking battle. You know what I mean? But I do see Not Like Us clearly was what it was, and you know, for the you know, for what it is. So, like, I look at the situation, I felt the same way with you, so I got the same sentiments. Salute to you. My other question to you was, bro, going back to the interview, it was an ominous moment where Ye was like, I'm evil. And it was like this deep pause. What was going through your mind when you seen that? And like, did you feel like, damn, is this the Illuminati? Like, what was you feeling like in that moment?
Okay, that's a fantastic question. So, number one, when he said that, I thought there was gonna be a follow up. Number
I'll be
two,
right back.
so I'm doing this interview
put
and
my
I'm
Sprite
looking
in the
at
refrigerator.
Kanye through these little tiny holes that's in this hat, and there was moments when he said certain things that I could see his eyes just got so large, like, and I could imagine how his face looked like without this contraption on, because I could tell he was passionate when he spoke about his kids. I could tell like it was like rage. It was like passion. When when he said that, I'm looking into his eyes to see if there's sincerity in what he's saying, or is he just saying it to say it. And what I got was that, I don't think he was looking like I'm evil, but I think that was his easy way to explain, these people have hurt me and I want to hurt them back. And that might be evil, but that's what I am. I'm revengeful. You know what I mean? Again, in no way, shape, or form would I ever say Kanye is God or anything like that. But I understood his analogy where he was saying, hey, I have these traits, but everybody has them, even God. Where he says, yeah, I do get jealous, but God gets jealous too, don't he? Yeah, I'm vengeful. I'm all these things. So, again, obviously would not, would never blaspheme and say this nigga's God or nothing, or Jesus. But I understood that he had certain human emotions that people would probably say are unbecoming. And the whole "I'm evil" thing, I don't think he thinks he's really evil. That's why I really said you've represented God, fear, and ideals. So how do you match that? I think he was just trying to say like, yo,
you gotta listen, gang.
I'm upset. This was someone who I feel like, listen to the part where he's talking about Cardi and he says, yo, this is a final
talking about
heartbreak.
Kanye.
It felt like someone
Kanye
who was
West.
severely hurt. Like he felt like he was getting stabbed in the back by all these people. And whether you agree with him or not, he really feels hurt. I watched a man who was standing across from me that at many different moments he felt, and all of his actions, whether it's the outfit, whether him saying he's evil, was him trying to channel that hurt and trying to make others feel maybe, I don't know, an iota of what he's feeling. So that's kind of, I was looking at it, but I was just watching his eyes at that point.
Nice. CL, you still here? Oh, he on the phone. All right, y'all, the floor is open. Is there anyone else who has some questions for Academic?
Yeah, I got a question, Mac. Is there anything that you wish you could have asked, or you felt like you got like everything kind of out
What
of the way
the
with
fuck?
No, absolutely. There's a bunch of stuff I wanted to ask. Again, keep in mind, I had a list, and you'll notice it was on my phone. When I quickly realized what it was going to be, I just put the phone on the side. I was just like, this is going to be a conversation. And I realized that he had a few things on his mind that I was going to be able to piggyback off of, or try to, get some concerted thoughts on. I definitely wanted to ask him about, situation with his wife. I think that's been a source of public discourse. I wanted to talk about music, and I think for anybody who's, I'm hoping whether it's in Japan or anywhere else, we get a part 2. Music is definitely one of the things that kind of, and he acknowledges that brings people to him, and that's always going to be an important part of, like, our entry with Kanye. I didn't get to ask really anything about music to that level, and yeah, I wanted to ask about his wife, like really his day to day, just certain things that probably weren't big thematic questions, because I think he kind of addressed the big themes of everything he was talking about online already. But just certain shit that I was just always interested in. Like, again, this is a very interesting individual. The dude had a duffel bag in the room that had 3 outfits: the White Lives Matter t-shirt, a black KKK outfit, and a white KKK outfit. I've been joking to tell people, I'm like, yo, listen, I didn't see my man with a boxers or undershirt. Nothing. Not a toothpaste, not a toothbrush. I didn't see nothing in the bag. He walked out the room in the back. Now maybe he did have that stuff, obviously. By the way, the guy was obviously, he doesn't look unkept without the outfit, but he's a simple guy, and I really wonder how on a day-to-day basis, you know what I mean, he really operates, and also maybe some of the stuff more with his mom, because as he spoke about his kids, where you'll notice his voice cracks a little bit when he's like, "I never had family," and he's like, "Now they're trying to take away my blood." It goes back into the theme that I think a lot of people think, and I think this is true. Since his mom passed away, we've seen a different version of Kanye. We've seen Kanye who has been affected by that, and a lot of things have happened. So yeah.
So I was gonna ask you. I'm assuming I know you went back and watched the interview, and like you said, some things that you wish you would have hit on and stuff. How are you gonna play it now? Are you going to sit back and just see how things happen? Or are you going to try to reach out to him and, express, I love the interview that we had. When are we going to get together again?
Yeah, I'm never pushy with artists. So I let him kind of dictate. I would imagine, he has Bully coming up, which is his album. I would imagine around that, he would probably want to have another conversation. Also, a big thing for me, I know some people have said they feel like he was maybe in a manic state. I also don't want to do an interview or a conversation and that's why I was down to not put this out. I had to talk to him. Like, obviously, at first his team was like, maybe we want to take this part out, and I was like, all right, is he having a change of mind? If he's having a change of mind, if he went to Japan, calm down. I don't want to take advantage of an artist. You know what I mean? I've recorded multiple interviews with many different artists where they're intoxicated, inebriated or whatever, and I'm not trying to put it out to make you look like a junkie or crazy, like, you know what I mean? So I'm not pushy with interviews like that. I'll tell you this, ever since that interview, me and him have had subsequent conversations on the phone, and I always tell people this, it's probably not the content first strategy, but I always rather build a relationship, one of trust with an artist, more than anything else. You get what I'm saying? It's so for me, the mere fact that he called me the other night, we're chopping it up, he's picking my brain about certain stuff, he's showing me Japan. Hey, it'll turn into something else and something even better than what you guys see. I guarantee it. But I'm never the one to be like, all right, well, the internet's saying part 1 was lit, let's get part 2 now. No. And also, when you deal with these guys, like, he's a mogul, it happens on Kanye's time. Like, when he wants to talk, he talks. Like, you got to realize we live in a time where these guys don't do interviews. When's the last time Drake done an interview, right? Jay-Z done an interview. Like, they talk when they want to talk. Jay-Z might hop on Spaces and just say a few things when he wants to. Rihanna doesn't do interviews. Kendrick basically doesn't do interviews either. So when these guys want to talk, they come calling or they tell you they're ready to talk. You don't preemptively like prompt them like, now we need to talk again. It'll happen, but I do think it's gonna happen.
Hey, Ak, did you, I noticed, body language, you were a bit nervous. You were talking about monetization, how this may not even get put out. You weren't sure how it was going to go. So did you feel like it was the right move? Did you get any backlash from actually doing this interview, putting it out the way you put it out?
Surprisingly, and I'm going to knock on wood right now, I haven't gotten as much backlash as I thought I could have. But also, I do think I am. Sometimes backlash comes from expectation too, right? I think people know, hey, listen, Ak is the guy who will go and get, like, I sat with Tekashi 6ix9ine when he first came out, and people were accusing him of whatever, and he couldn't get an interview at that time. I remember that they were so happy that I was down to sit with someone who people weren't down to talk to. Kanye West a mogul, but not a lot. Some media personalities would be like, fuck that, I'm not doing it. Oh, my brand can't. And that's never been me. I always took that challenge. So, I haven't got that much backlash. But as far as like putting it out, again, I'm very fortunate that, I got a great audience. I've done really good in media. I've never looked at an interview with an artist and what is going to turn profit wise or bottom line. So that was like really a joke. I'm like, because really, we didn't put it up on YouTube at all. There's other people who have it on their YouTube. And it's just because I don't want to. And by the way, I have a full edited version, but I'm standing there with someone that's completely blurred out. You know what I mean? And I don't want to do that. I really wanted to just stand on the idea of, yo, Ak went and did this shit, and no matter what you thought of it, he kept it uncut, unedited. Even if he didn't like certain words, certain ideas being communicated, or he didn't agree with everything, he's going to allow for every single person that has a mind and a brain, eyes and ears, to be able to see and think about what they're hearing for themselves. So again, when you know, this is probably a huge missed monetization, because we could be like, we'll just edit, we're just going to put it audio out, and maybe we do put it out audio wise, but none of our publishing strategies was for monetization, right? Again, we have versions that we could have put on YouTube, but I'm like, I'm not going to do this and cut out half of the fucking interview because certain words or certain ideas they don't like on YouTube. So I put it out on X, I put it out on Rumble. I spoke to Rumble. Rumble was like, hey, listen, we'll keep it up. May not be able to get monetized. And I said, that's fine, as long as you keep it up. X so far has kept it up. Rumble has kept it up, and I'm very appreciative of it. And by the way, the message will spread, right? So it's like, the people who did re-upload it, I'm not mad at them. Hey, listen, this wasn't a money play for me. This was to, you know, in my career, I wanted this to be like, yo, Ak did that shit. And I feel like I did. So, you know, plus this has opened up like 20 other opportunities, right? Like, there's like 5 different rappers he mentions in this. Hit me up. Yo, listen, I got to respond. What's up? Pull up on me now. What's up? What we doing? This
I wouldn't let none of them niggas respond. Ak, I wouldn't let
man, niggas.
Oh shit!
Why y'all didn't you didn't talk too much on the Bully album?
I wish I got to music, man. We had 40 minutes. Kanye gave me about 65, 70. He really went over the time that he even thought he could do, or he told me he could do. So the next conversation, you're going to hear a lot more about music, 100%. And I know, like, you know, if I'm telling you he's the greatest hip-hop artist to me of all time, and I do this interview where we don't really talk about music, it might be contradicting, but it's really, we didn't have time to get to it. We're trying to get to like the top stuff that was really fresh on his mind. But the next conversation, 100%, we're going to be talking about music, 100%.
And like you said, once he starts to talk, you kind of just have to let him talk and go with it. And you have a great way and style in bringing out more conversation. Even just watching you and Wack converse, you guys can go back and forth. And I just want to say that you have a really dope style of interviewing.
He's a bully. He tries to bully me all the time. That's what he do. He know he can get away with the shit.
No. Wack,
That's what it is. Bang.
I listen to you. I listen to you on Clubhouse every morning, and when I'm hearing you on here, and I've always said, Wack is good. He's a good linguist, but he also is good with mental gymnastics. Wack will convince you the sky is pink, and he'll have a way to say it, and I've seen him do it on here so much, so like I feel like I try to throw some times. You know, we sparring. That's what brotherly sparring.
Bang say did Bang ask a question?
I didn't see Bang. Is he here?
I'm getting a little worried about Bang. Where he at?
Yeah, I got a question for him too.
Go ahead,
Lavish.
Bang asked group chat, AB.
Oh.
Yeah. Since you were talking about music, I want to know why you gas up old buddy album like that, man.
You don't like Playboi Carti album?
I don't know why you gassed it up like that, man.
Man, that thing is fine. Man. You don't like it?
I blame you and Kai for gassing that up like that, man. Wait. That was a big pack of mid.
Okay. All right. Well, have you ever liked Carti's music?
The All Red was fine. I fought with that.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you why I actually did that. Because, you know, he had put me on the intro for Whole Lotta Red, right? That's his last album. And I did say that album was so meant for his fans. Like, if you weren't a super fan of his, because he makes niche music for the most part. Like, he makes his music that his fans will like. But if you're not in his fan group, you might be like, what is this, right? This time, I think he took the challenge to make music that you could play in the car with your girl, that could be played in a club, that could be played if you're just vibing by yourself, that if you're a fan of his, you'll like. And when an artist, it's like, you know, I love Good Kid, Mad City. I think To Pimp a Butterfly is Kendrick's most critically acclaimed album. But my favorite album got to be Damn, right? When the artist that's really good at one thing takes the challenge to make an album that everybody could like, I have to give that credit, and I usually think that's the best version of themselves. So Cardi, I think he gave an album where if you someone who likes to listen to, you know, it depends if you're a type of music, right? If you like Travis, a Future, or I mean, he had music with, I think SZA was on the background of one song, and he has Kendrick. That's not really Cardi's lane, but he took the challenge, and I think he delivered. And also, when you have 5-year anticipation, when people are like, when are you going to drop? So many people dropped the ball. I think he lived up to it.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. I think you disagree too, but I don't know why you lying.
No,
but,
I bump those. No, I kid you not, I bump those songs. I kid you not, I bump those songs. I'm bumping. Yo, listen, when a Whole Lot of Red came out, I barely bumped it, and I felt bad because everybody kept saying you're in the intro, you're in the intro. This shit, I am spinning it.
You know, on the Hunter side, we keep everything real. I think you out here, you just made a promise that I don't know if you could keep. You said the next time you talk to Kanye, it's going to definitely be more about music.
No,
but you also said when you're with somebody like that, you kind of just got to go with the flow. So if you get with him and that ain't something he want to talk about, then what are you going to do? Are you going to force that conversation?
I'm going to have directed questions at him. You know what I mean? Of course, like, obviously, in that sense, I'm hoping that I'm not on a time limit like how we were here, and if we're not on a time limit, of course I'm gonna of course let him kind of lead the conversation and kind of add and kind of try to bring questions in that could keep cohesive thoughts. But definitely, me asking about music, the majority of his fans, that's what they want to hear about. You know what I mean? Like, they want to hear about when are we getting this, when are we getting that. So 100%. I don't think I'll be doing my job if I didn't at least get somewhat of a segment about straight music. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
So
I get that you would try to push that, but I kind of think that it was like, you know, where you like this last interview where you don't necessarily have a list of what you're gonna ask. You just kind of let it go with the flow, because when he kind of go on his rants, I think that's better for the culture, actually. When he just like when he told you, thank you for letting me get that off. I think those rants like that are better because those are some of the most genuine things that's coming out his mouth.
Yeah, well, one of the things with Ye is that you wanna be able to get that authentic Ye. You know what I mean? Like, authenticity matters to him. You know, and I think that's what you be seeing on Twitter. That's authentically what he's thinking at the moment. And I did ask him. I said, have you been wrong, or have you kind of like changed your mind about things? And it's clear. You know, he's not saying when I say this is forever and always. He's going through these emotions. He's just letting people know what he feels at the time.
Bang, I see you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, Bang came.
Yeah. Hey,
What up?
man, what was your mindset going into the interview with Kanye coming off that Twitter rant he went into? Because, like, I want to know if did you have any hesitation in putting that out? Because, like, you know, you at that point, your platform kind of in jeopardy. You know what I'm saying? So, did you even have any hesitation in putting it out after you said all the stuff you said, and how you feel about cancel culture in 2025?
Yeah, I'll start with the latter first. Yeah, I don't like cancel culture. Like, you know what I mean? Obviously, I think I've seen them try to cancel. You're going to hate cancel culture when they come for you. Before then, you feel like it's the power you have, right? So, for example, if it's someone I don't like and we get some juicy story about them that they could be canceled, of course it's great, because it's like now you get to, you get to have some power. But when it happens to you, it's like you realize everyone lacks everyone lacks that the ability to be understanding or to discern certain things, and they pick and choose. One person says A, but we don't fuck with them. Let's use that to tie the noose around the proverbial noose around their neck to get them out of the paint because we couldn't do it any other way. Somebody else says it, oh, they were joking. So yeah, I don't like it for that reason, and also I do believe that the idea of woke culture was a little bit in an ideal level, it was to make people stop trolling as much, but then it got too far. It's like feminism. Like they always go too far with some shit. It's supposed to be about equality, and then now it's about superiority, right? So woke culture became, you better not say nothing against certain things. Like turns out you can't even have conversations on certain subject or certain people. So that type of stuff, I think it just went too far in the other direction. You know what I mean? It's woke culture where people, you felt like you were wrong saying, yo, a dude, even if you want to reclassify his gender, he shouldn't be up in a female bathroom. Like saying that maybe like a year or two ago was like, well, you might be just transphobic if you feel like that, right? But that's a legit conversation. Why can't we have that conversation? So yeah, I don't really like woke culture like that because it prevents conversation. Going into it, I knew I was gonna be able to put it out somewhere. I just didn't know where. And
that's why you went with the platform you went with it, because you knew it was gonna be so polarizing.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. If it wasn't that, whatever it was, if it wasn't that, I was gonna put it on my platform. I was like my YouTube. I was just gonna put it on YouTube. But if he spoke about certain things and wore certain things, I couldn't. And it's not because I don't want to do it. It's that these platforms clearly communicate rules to me, and they're saying we ain't with this. So for me, I have the decision of you could edit that stuff out to comply with their standards and still put it out on your main platforms, or how much do you really believe in this anti-woke, like at least somewhat of free speech? Let people say what they want as long as it's not harmful, or it's not like they're not doing call to actions for people to like get hurt. All right, cool. I'm gonna find a platform to put it out, and that could have even been, I contemplating my website. They told us Yeezy.com was available to publish it. I always looked at X as somewhere that was at least, able to facilitate maybe conversations like that. And then Rumble, a place that I have a great relationship with the CEO. They've always said, hey, listen, we got your back. So one of those platforms it was going to come out on. So I'm glad it came out on X and it's on Rumble as well.
That's good that Rumble fucking with you like that. That's what's up.
Good people over there, trust.
What did Kanye say, or what did he wear that like is not okay with YouTube? Because like it was a great video, but after it, I'm like, yo, I heard worse stuff being said on YouTube, whether it was in songs. I saw equal imagery or worse. So it's like, are they like, why would they take the Kanye interview down?
So that image of the swastika, and by the way, the swastika chain, that's actually, unless it's used in an educational purpose, it's a banned image on Meta. It's a banned image on YouTube. Twitter TOS is a little bit unclear with it, at least in this Elon era. But Meta doesn't allow it. YouTube definitely doesn't allow it unless it's in an educational context, right? Like if it was a history type of video where we're speaking about that and that symbol needs to be displayed, yes. But to have it on a bust down chain, no. Also, the KKK hoodie, like the hood, like even if it's full black, again, similar. Those are seen as hateful symbols. That's how YouTube sees it. And if they couldn't, if the video that we were putting out wasn't deemed as having any constructive or educational value, they were most likely going to say that's a strike. So rather than trying to in there, and by the way, here's the thing that gets past that a bit too. Like, for example, nudity isn't allowed. If you go to like, there's a video I think from GNX, or maybe it was Mr. Morale and Big Steppers, where like there's nudity in there. If you go to the Sex With Me video with Rihanna, there's nudity in it, and it's on YouTube. YouTube allows when it's music content, for there to like they loosen their guidelines on nudity or symbols. Like you could, like a burning of a cross, you see it, I'm not gonna say frequently in music videos, but you've seen it at times. If you just have that in your regular video that has no artistic, intention, they're gonna just take it down as hateful. So
All right, I'm not gonna lie, I'm done. I'm gonna be real.
Queen with the board. Outlet.
I'm ready to put some parlays in. Matter of fact.
Gillespie drops it on. Tic-tac-toe. Power on the perimeter alongside that. It's like 11. Ooh, he got away with it. Discard, hangs, banks. Queen wants to dance with Wolf. Baseline.
The out of bounds to the freshman Queen, who's driving, floats it.
Oh!
Maryland on the right side of a buzzer.
Gillespie to Reese. Here's Miguel inside. It's Queen to dunk. No. Queen fights for the rebound. He's got it. He puts it up and in. He's got it. Winston gives it inside. This is Cinder working on Queen. Queen with the reduction. He misses long. And Derek Queen has grabbed his 7th board. Long pass Reese. He finishes. No. Queen. Rebound. Dunk. And he's got to be Rice. Here's Queen. Working on Sandu. How in the world did he get that to go? Harris Smith 3. No. Queen rebound. Queen back up and in. Reese swiped it. Queen wants it. Queen has it, and the foul. I think this is going to be a fun team. Here's Queen. You talk about fun. A dunk. Gillespie inside. Here's Queen. He goes to work, and he's 6'9". Kapare, Reese, and Queen. Here's Myers, blocked by Queen. Up in the air, and he's got it.
Because Donnie Lynn, the coach on Mount St. Mary's side, is Queen throwing it down. He is feeling good. Queen with the board. Outlet, Rice, latches on. Rice heads to the line here. Sexton Miguel, ankle injury a couple of days before the season opener. He's good to go into Gillespie. Now Rodney Rice, our first look at Rice in the second half after the terrific first half he had.
Very tight defense all the way around the key. That one's stolen away by Derek Queen. All the way up court to Selton Miguel, who gets the finish. And inside, contested by Derek Queen. From beyond the arc. Not as much right now. Missed the last two from beyond the arc as Queen gets the top. Matthews as well. A couple other homecomings as Queen goes all the way home.
He's another one of those leaders, one of 3 seniors, is Joplin from Marquette. Puts the young freshman Queen. At point position, a little bit of a dilemma right now. Here's Queen. How about that? How about that? Central Michigan, 9 points in just 13 minutes. Look at that footwork. Queen right around Parham. They're going into Queen. He got it off, and he got it in. Joplin will rise. Rebound for Reese. He's got 8 of those, but no points. There's Queen. And that's Gillespie on his hip. Is it goaltending? They say no. Queen's had a big night. He's driving it on Gold. Nice find. Well, speaking of his passing, he finds Gillespie. Driving inside. Rejected. Queen. Roscoe. Miguel. Nice pass. And he finds Queen. Maryland, largest deficit for them here tonight. Queen changes that right there.
Thinking about it. Oh, that's a great pass. Freshman to freshman with the corner. Inside to Queen. Queen with contact. He gets the friendly.
Been a coach for far too long. He knows what he's doing.
Inside to Queen. I don't know how in the world it got to him.
That work offensively and defensively early in the season.
Queen with the offensive rebound. What a nice pass inside to Reese. Ready for Villanova.
There you go, walking down.
Queen the double finds the right pass. Dixon.
Great defense by Queen. Didn't foul, but ran next to him. And one.
Reese inside. Queen. And he gets his own miss to go. Inside, Reese. That's a good 1-2 connection. Nice transition D by Villanova. Queen sheds his man with the left hand.
Or a pumpkin pie guy.
Oh, sweet potato all the way.
I have a question.
Nice touch pass inside to Julian Reese. Deep two, and a soft touch for Derek. Queen Brickish, and that is pinned by Queen.
Oh,
and no.
For Villanova. That's why Maryland can get to the offensive rebound.
Shot clock's at one. The fade away. No, he didn't. Queen says, get it to my side. I want that clear out. Now he's got a hook shot. Maryland today, Rice out of control. But guess who? New career high. Dixon has 36. Queen kept the ball high. Back and forth.
Left Queen alone. Put it down. It's a game. They're playing without Elvin Edmonds, their point guard, who's missing a third straight game. Great move back. Queen leading it up to Kapari. Maryland has been playing in front by 20 for the better part of the last 5 or 6 minutes. Oh, what a move. Daring
For Alcorn State. A 4-point lead. Queen with the find. Nice run baseline from baseline.
Take a baby hooker. It's going to get sent back, so that was a smart choice.
Queen baseline. Nice move. There's the
14, a little 1-4 flat set on the out of bounds under.
Queen finds it out.
It's different for everyone. But you got to be at the basket line.
Oh, no look on that one.
We got a loud student section right behind us. They've been here for a while because they all want to see.
Derek Queen in the middle of this 2-3 zone is you're in business. He can score it and he can play make. And that is some put his head down and got to the paint.
Double on Queen. Get it back to Derek Queen. Going to work on Parks. Goes to the hook shot in the lane and the touch is there.
The Pitt game beat them twice. And it can't beat them a third time.
It's 3 of 5 from beyond the arc. I don't know. The reality here is Derek Queen flies in.
That gets Mackey energized. Here's Queen. 18-footer. Yes, he's got to use the ball screen to beat this 2-3. Kaufman-Renn leaning. Good defense there by Queen. Queen with that. There's Gillespie. He has been the offense so far, finding Queen, and Queen finding the bucket. Mid-range game, no. Queen on the offensive glass. It's a man's game. Braden Smith feeding back into the big fella. Oh, what a block. Recovery by Queen. Look from 3. Queen just going up there and physically dominating that offensive rebound. Good pass. Yeah, Queen set it up for Gillespie. And if they do, the roof's going to come off Mackey, but Queen has other ideas. Through, and he lays it in to quiet well together. Deshaun Harris-Smith down inside. Queen with a reverse. But I love the fact that he's more comfortable. He can run the show. He can play some point guard. And you think with Rodney Rice, just that shooting around these bigs, really good. And there's a shooter. Queen trying to get it over the top. Instead, he'll just rip it and drive it. Well, they're looking now. Gillespie driving dish. Look at the way they're guarding Harris-Smith. Fletcher Lawyer just in stopping the ball. And there's Derek Queen's first 3 of the year. It was just a matter of time. Will Queen let it go again? Oh, okay. Spray, good offense. Gillespie up top for Queen. He collects and he scores it. Maryland needed that. And that's ignition time for the Terps. Queen driving, Queen slamming. That's the thing about those threes going in.
And Derek Queen back in now for Maryland. Nice spin move. There's his patience. He's going to reset it back out here. Rosenberger slipping through traffic.
Good tag and punish him for not taking care of the ball.
That last bucket stopped an 8-0 Maryland run. Series of fakes for Queen. Gillespie dancing around the screen. Queen able to finish.
As you pointed out earlier, not just the guards, the bigs are getting out of the passing lanes, and they can go inside, and it'll be just as effective.
Queen, mid-range temper, so
not giving up ball fake, getting the defense to rotate from side to side. Queen banging, and the Sky. I'm still going to say John was the win. But I do think Maryland has a chance to be one of the best teams in the.
Nice pass by Queen, finding the cutting Gillespie, and he finishes.
Back-to-back possessions.
Queen with a defender on his hip, hits his own miss, puts it up, and the foul.
That's a great shot.
No, okay, yeah. Queen with the left inside. You're saying that's not good?
Not great. The pass.
Queen from the dunker spot.
Use it right now, like you said. They're going to get consecutive stops. They do here. Queen looking for Tafari Gapari. Gets this one to go.
Number when you can rely on that part of your offense from your defense, big time.
Queen with the first. What we've seen so far here today, this new team is Queen. Around the screen from Queen. Back out to Derek Queen. Driving Queen up strong. Chance for a three-point play. What was it?
He's actually saddled with foul trouble, though. A lot of steps from Queen.
And he said yes.
Shellstad out a piece of it. Queen wouldn't let it go, though. And one matched up with Queen. Looking to use his body. Oh, how pretty is that?
Many easy looks. Nice pass.
Great look to Rice cutting back door. Beat his man. In his career, in the span of 18 years.
Yeah, made the tournament in his first season at Maryland. It's a great block back there by Queen. Yeah, that win.
Go to work on Angel now. Baseline. Seen it a couple of times. Step back. Got the jump. Harris Smith back out there. There's Rice. Queen. Cross court skip to the corner. And good. Angel back in. Almost took that one away on the pass. Queen somehow keeps control.
You know, digging in, trying to get defensive stops. That shows toughness.
Count it. Villanelle has it slapped away by Gapari.
Give it up.
I just took this some shit.
He's leaving up late.
Some shit up parlay.
His ears were bleeding a few times, man.
Taught me everything I know. their confidence mentally after their coach called them out. As our Mike DeForce would say.
As you see, Rice the kick out, and Garcia trying to keep Queen off the board, and he couldn't go yet tonight. 6 of 6. And the Gophers have their largest lead of the ball game. And Queen tapped his feet and threw it up. End of the court. Oh, Maryland's been a little sloppy with the ball, too. They only had 1 turnover the first 7 minutes. They're up to with 1 or 2 on the shot clock. They didn't get this one off, and Maryland's got a 4-on-1. Queen at the finish. Someone's texting you on the bench. You know they're talking about free throws over there. Get them this done. Nice drive. They open it. Back to Garcia. He had 12 in the first half. Trying to get some space, and again, Derek Queen.
And I think it's more of a possession game now, which Minnesota really wants.
Back out to Rice. He's been the hottest. Mike Mitchell got the screen, nowhere near the basket. Queen, he broke free in the second half.
A lot different than the first half.
Queen again, they're getting him inside. It wasn't that long ago we were talking about a quiet ball game, and that's not quiet.
A couple layups that he would have definitely contested.
Gapari came back
here tonight. Queen going to work inside, so soft with that touch off the glass. That's short. Queen's got another offensive rebound. Queen right back up with it and one. 5-point lead. Speaking of downhill, down to Nicholson. Swatted away by Queen. Just such a fun lead. Queen's got Cheravino on him. Queen goes to the hoop and gets the roll. Reese. No good. Tap by Queen. Goes for Maryland. Dribble drive on the baseline. Help defense comes over, and he sets up Morgan perfectly. Nice kick down from the freshman and switched. But with Buchtengel's size, he just goes over the top.
Nice pocket pass. Nice hands. Quick.
Boswell had it intercepted. Here is Queen. Those long strides right to the rim.
How about that?
Man.
This team relocates as well as anybody. Nice run again by Queen. Defined by Gillespie. Took advantage of Riley. He's been quiet, Queen. That nice spin out.
On Humrick House for two.
You're talking about a 6'5" kid doing it. Speed and strength. Nice separation here.
Dr. Jonas on Queen, over Queen. Hit ahead for Queen, running the floor for an easy offensive rebounds 3 times this year. They thrive there.
As we get back to action here, just to bring it up.
Gillespie drops it off. Tic-tac-toe from Queen.
Nice cut.
Queen to Rice. It's a goaltend.
Queen can make.
Queen the screen. Gillespie for Queen down the lane. 2 and a foul. That was brilliant. Moving down to 3 minutes left. Maryland has just shattered the discussion of can you win on the road. And speaking of shattering,
they were there to see you.
Okay, that's right.
Elsewhere.
Queen for 2 more.
And Leo can't put it home. Queen takes it off the glass, and he wants to run the floor. Over to Gillespie for a triple. It's good. Hey. Here's the double right away. Oh, Queen right by it with the reverse. College basketball's hard on the road. That's just the way it is. Especially with so many new players now at the transfer portal. It's Queen. Pretty move. Here's Reese. Nice dish to Queen. More than the last 3 minutes. Derek Queen is 0 of 5. That's his
possession there by Maryland. Contesting that 3 and now running.
Got another one here. 9-point lead. 5 to shoot for Queen. Spinning into the lane. And hits! Queen erased it.
Points at halftime, plus 33.
Incredible. He can make that too. What they've got with that footwork. Nice bump and dish. Pretty. Again, the extra pass.
Rice for Queen on the attack for 2. He's become a very good passer.
Nice cut.
And Reese on the dive, he scored. Queen driving hard.
Wow, we see him.
They will. Thornton is shimmy on a drive. Queen knocked it away.
Big.
Upper misses his first 2. Nobody picked up Reese. That's an outlet. Queen out.
Big goes matchup zone.
Bailey blocked by Queen. Nice pump fake. He was hit, no foul. Queen there again. Gets set to check back in for Steve Piper. Queen, another board. And another put. He got it up high. Nice touch pass to Jerome. But they forgot about Grant in the front court.
Oh, you're right.
Queen working on Somerville. He got it.
We're talking to him. He's given the signal that he cannot talk.
They shot Harris Smith underneath.
Miguel to let that 3 go.
Queen with the put. Grant's watching him, trying to help with the double team. Queen got to the line. Playing with 4 fouls. Derek Queen has been the story for Maryland on this side of the ball. And all changed and then the game winning shot. Derek Queen with the crossover. And the got it to him with 7 on the shot clock. He's working on a much smaller Davis. And he's got
William Reese will hand off to Rodney Rice, and Rice going to work inside. And underneath for 2 is Derek Queen. Gillespie jumps it over to Queen. Queen against Juwan Gary. Tough fadeaway, and his skill set and the way the game was played at that time, at that size, he would have been certainly at the top. I mean, look at a play like that. Gillespie, the drop off to Queen. Oh, Morgan with the challenge, and he just keeps moving. You know, he's not necessarily going to play a ton above the rim. Jumper for Williams, short, rebound Queen on the run in the open floor, ahead to Miguel. The layup makes it an 11-point game and a timeout. Queen, great position and a wonderful.
Catching that high and just going right up. What a pass. That was Queen, a beautiful. Queen jumping higher than Harding. Now he goes to work against the smaller defender. Wow, that was built a 9-point lead, then it evaporated, but they're working towards that again. Rice! Oh, my! And he's at just 3 points. That was his first field goal here tonight. Smart by Queen to just back him down. I thought it should have been a little more dribble, but it didn't have Deshaun Harris-Smith. It's just the firepower on the perimeter alongside that. Oh, it's like, what do you do with it? Left it short. And Queen, so good at bringing the ball up at 6'10". Another one. And that guy, St. Thomas, could score it, but he left it short there. And Queen right to the basket. As we said, Queen went down and finished in Florida at Montverde Academy. He took it himself. Queen, what? Oh, no. Almost worked, but it popped out to his buddy Queen. And right back inside.
Right now. He's got it going.
Queen turns to the bucket. He's fouled. And Derek Queen will be at the line.
Have all these options to go to. You can go other places.
Queen held his ground.
Guys have gotten a couple deflections in the last couple possessions. Oh,
nice fake. Great start. They go back to Queen. Goes to work. Off the glass. Back to Queen. Found Miguel. Flying in. 6 rebounds here this afternoon. Gillespie put it up in the only place where Queen. So the 7-footer to the bench, and Derek Queen. Now you're watching the paint. I mean, those two guys are hooking each other. Their arms are tangled. That's got to be something. And now they're going.
You're in tournament mode right now.
They feed Derek Queen. Bryce has had a tough afternoon. He's 1 of 10 from the floor. Queen on the inside and takes one possession game. Teams used to this game all year. Queen.
Ooh, and he got it with 3. Oh, he gets a check. Get some good stuff in the secondary break as well.
Been over 3 minutes since Maryland hit a field goal. They missed their last 6 shots from the floor until that one from Derek Queen.
Time early because Michigan switches 1 through 4, and he's had little dudes on him the entire time.
And he took that one right to visitors from College Park as Gillespie will go to work to Queen. Queen working against Chenner inside for 2.
Helping kicking. Seven Miguel has been quiet here in the second half.
There's Queen right back at the big man, and Queen with the answer.
Barry cuts. Martinelli drives on Queen. Got the angle, and Queen stayed with him. Ball loose.
Getting Fitz Morris going at Julian Reese, though. I like that.
Queen finally got a bucket. Can't pick up where he left off. And then Martinelli, it just bounced to him. And that's a good point. Oh, what a play for Queen.
For Illinois. Queen roll into the rim. Count the bucket and the foul. Looking for room, and Riley shot it. Yeah, I think he was surprised he had such a clean path to the basket. 10 to shoot. Illinois, these two teams played. Northeast in that game with Ilmus. Here's Queen, the pull-up over Humberhouse for Illinois if they're thinking about a comeback. Here's Queen on the drive to the rim. Counted in the foul. Oh, look at the hands of Derek Queen. He took it away from Boswell on the run. Count that bucket and a chance for one more.
Well, I witnessed the last time that a blow.
Great footwork, and that vision was effective last night. He took a shot to the eye. Queen, old school, in that victory over the 6th seed Purdue. Gillespie clears. Queen going to work against Golden. Off the window with the touch. Gillespie swing. Queen, the 3, bottom. Handling it like a guard. Pull up. Crown him. That's his game. Queen. Oops. Very lucky. Hezzy. Yeah, the jumper is smooth. 3rd foul on Reuben Jones. Get it in for Rice. Inside. Queen rocks the rim. Down by 11. Ooh, he got away with it. Discard. Hangs. Banks. Golden to Kaysen. Shot clock down to 1. Kaysen gets a shot off. Blocked by Queen with 9 minutes to play. Nice cross. Queen. He's got it. This straight. Queen wants to dance with Wolf. Baseline. Trying to get to the box. Screen and get to the box. Wolf stripped to the ball by Queen. It's out of bounds, which tries to make a move. Queen, the drive. Queen, the finish.
Yet to feature Queen just yet. On cue.
To the 16 points. Queen gets blocked, but stays with it.
Luke War is so long out there.
That Queen, that you can hit that shot.
It's a season-long issue. I mean, Grand Canyon's in the 300 to three-point percentage. What a pass.
Queen drops it off, and the finish.
And that's just
Williams with the miss. Look at Queen with the outlet pass. Here's Harris Smith again. He likes that scoring thing.
Kobe Coles has been non-existent out here for Grand Canyon.
Just looking at the stats, 2 points, and still non-existent. Just sitting on the 2 points.
I like to see Queen be a lot more aggressive offensively, looking to score.
Maybe he heard you. Got the soft touch too, Jalen. Big pump fake from Luke Ward coming off the bench, hanging. Queen got a piece. Cole staying with it for the putback.
Great board. He's normally lefties like to post up on the right block. He prefers the left. Great hook.
And there's Derek Queen for 3. And Maryland working out of the baseline, out of bounds set. Look at this, the big man. How about 2 for 2? Not there from Crawford Johnson. Crawford Johnson's going to get another crack at it and blocked by Queen. Here's Harris Smith, who had a season high in the last game, drops it off to Queen for his. Harris Smith again to Queen, the up fake, and Queen.
Way too easy if you're the Terps giving up that position.
And no physicality for Nick Clifford cutting right through the lane.
How about that drive, though?
Do that to you.
Queen knew right where he wanted to go. The spin move. Queen, double, triple team. Gives it out to Reese. Good pump fake. Counted. And one coming for Julian. Takes a peek at the shot clock. 4 on the shot clock to Bemba. It's Queen with Gillespie. From the out of bounds to the freshman Queen, who's driving. Floats it. Oh! Maryland on the right side of a buzzer.
Get it out. Down low. Reese, triple team. Knocked away. Queen got it. In the country, and that's a great pass by Will Richard. Queen in stride for 2. Derek Queen, the freshman. In on hand London. Miguel will drive. On top Queen. It's a 3. Got it. In the first 10 minutes of this half, they've only turned it over 3 times. Queen. Queen again. Through traffic, caroms off bodies and gets the deuce.
Screen set by Ivicic. Riley outside takes a 3. Good. With it.
Lost the handle, and then Newman was a little lazy going after it, and Fears beat him to it.
Zach, step in 3, Fears turns it down, glides in, and punches one.
10 minutes to go. Here's Fears working on Carey. Reverse layup.
Larry into the backcourt, stolen by Fears, who jams it home.
They're looking for a 3.
Fears will lift this one. Got it! He hit it!
I mean, he's a freshman. He's going to make there. He's getting his first Sooner assist on the back screen. Those are the plays. As a freshman, you have to box out right there.
Shaken free inside Weggie converts. No. Fears grabs the miss. 2-on-1 with Miles. He'll attack himself. The freshman lays it up and in.
Offensive rebounding glass eater, but that time took it with a right-hand straight line drive.
Tough shot for Fears. I think he was.
Did a great job, and Waggy looking like a human eraser.
Fears transitioning. Godine left wide open. He knows how to drill that. He's going way up over the top and down.
High and soft off that glass gives you a chance.
No,
Chad.
it works. It can work. So Godine battling an ankle injury, and Cotrell stripped. Fears and Glenn Taylor Jr. There's Fears wide open, lays it in.
A lot of comfort and great pace as a freshman.
That he is. He's got a matchup he wants against Wilde and loops it up and in. Just blew right. The SEC tonight. Vanderbilt, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, Mississippi State win. And a 3-ball good from the corner.
To get out and run and have broken pulls.
Or just get a steal like Fears. Double clutching in. Shot clock is at 10. Fears creating. Hard to the window and in.
Out front, he's had a hard time handling that.
Here's Fears curling to the bucket. The Sooners get back within a deuce. Shot clock down to 10 for Fears. Behind the back pull-up. Fouled. Count it. And he'll have it. Thomas has 20. And has the Demons back to within 6. Fears got some space and scored it easily. Here's Patterson's now guarding Fears. Miles throws into Fears. Taylor's three is good. National stage.
Absolutely.
Other programs want them. And the high lob and
player. But if you're trying to get in the rotation, get minutes, what Fredson Cole did, what that does, it gets you trust with the staff.
Fears rinsing off the mark. 0 for 7 from downtown now. Fears runs and punches the rim. Oklahoma in.
You're going to be able to play with a team like Oklahoma on the road, and that's what they're doing right now.
Sooners get a three by Miles out of the that little jump hook off the inbound play, and it's 10-9 Lions. Good feed. Jalen Moore reverses one up and in. Here's Fears. Buffet trying to stay in front of him. Floater good. SEC in rebounding at 12 per game. Fears blasts all the way to the rim and converts again. Comfortable. 9 points, 3 of 4 from the field, 2 assists, a steal, and he gallops to the window. Had a chance to get it to single digits. Unsuccessfully. Fears all the way in. Man, he is physical. Second home game of the year. Here's Fears transitioning. Just finding enough real estate to
can score, averaging 12 points a game. Fears with a little floater. And his Uriah Faithful making a lot of noise. A lot of them came down. But the switch earlier today, very disappointed in his team's defense. Fears with a tough drop in control. Trying to use the screen on the blow by. And how about that move with the 39 remaining? You see with the basketball poked away by Fears. So quick and a slam in. Get a good eye, a good look. The big guy will fire long distance. Here, 11 with that. There's another one. Picked up by Fears again. Elvis. Got it! Long distance. Here's Fears to knock down the three. Elvis gives it up. Fears takes a look at the clock. He floats this one. Backed it in his first half. Fears to the baseline. Scoop shot. Oh, my. On the inside to get that miss. Fears, nifty move, strong, and gets it to go. Kobe Elvis, the star yesterday, off to Fears, a three. Got it! To 7. Off the screen, Fears will launch it. Got it! You can't. Fears again, fires, got it. He's sitting beside me right here. Was a Sooner fan. That's how good the shot was. Davis with a miss, and on the other side, torn down by Taylor. On the run, Moore with the catch. Moore off the window. When he seals off the weak side board, he owns it. Weather with a very nice. Fears will launch. Got it. And the 2-star guards. Back and forth we go, tied at 18. Moore straight on. Yes, he's a real weapon because he's a... Fears to work. Tough drive. Yes. With that blow by step. Shear. What's behind you? Boy, Hepburn was coming. Yes, sir. Nearly tipped away. Fears got it back, laid it in. Wow, Fears with a nose for the ball and the explosiveness.
Fears, mid-range jump bar, foul, plus the bucket.
And he dictates coverage because he's such a good shooter.
Fears sheds his defender. Here's Northweather. That's what he adds to the floor. Fears gets all the way to the rim.
Splendid with the very good guards, including this guy. Fears attacks, count it, and a foul.
He hadn't shot it great like he was earlier in the year.
Fears the steal, glides to the window, and scores. Goodine, the three, and that's good. Sooners will reset it. Fears the lob, and more.
Touches inside to a guy like Bennett.
Double team out front, thrown off Fears' leg, but he'll pick it up. Save it to Wegee for the punch. Wide open three. And turned down in favor of a Fears drive that's good.
Most from your team here the last 4 games, he said that we can take a punch
SEC 10-1 today. There's jumper from the free throw line for Jeremiah Fears. Fears down to Godwin. He lays it in. Well, it was good defense. Lost the handle, and then Newman was a little lazy going after it, and Fears beat him to it. Stuffs it home, and immediately shooting 35% from beyond the arc. OU shooting 37%. No team near that tonight, but defensive end, they can just clean up a couple things, including this middle ball screen. Three from the corner. Northweather just before. Fears turns on the Jets, and then a little hesitation, and he just stopped dead. Yeah. The guy came up off of his back. And Fears on the back cut lays it in. A lunch pail guy off the bench. Doesn't need the basketball to be effective. A step back three. Fears down the lane and with the left hand. With the shot clock expiring, there is Jeremiah
Fears was 8 to get off the shot, but it doesn't matter getting the lead as we are playing the second half and the final half of the event. Fears with a pull-up pop and a good start. And Fears is always going to want to push it. He finds Miles, a three coming. Got it.
Opportunities to go. He decided on Michigan.
Tipped up and in. Oklahoma. Michigan by 7. Fears to operate. Finds himself wide open and sticks it.
Love that set. Least amount of game slippage.
Here's Miles from the corner, and it rattles in. A three rebound. They'll keep it alive for Fears. Fears finds the seam. Airborne. He likes that shot.
It's going for next year.
Yes, a three-pointer.
More parlays for next year. These going to be the rookies.
Godwin has a way, Deb, of really being in the middle of it with big defense. And a scoop shot by Fears. 18 seconds left. Cross court. Dangerous pass.
Well, they're looking for a three.
Fears will lift this one. Got it!
And it's stolen from him by Duke Miles. Hit ahead. Fears finishes at the rim. Sooners want to run. Fears and Moore run. Moore backside. Bounces high but can't from Cato. Now Fears has got to go make a play. Has the quickness advantage over Eaton, and he
opportunity that they had.
Beautiful feed by Fears and the finish by
those are the three that typically carry you offensively.
Fears goes right to the window. Fears hesitates but gets himself free from the foul line, and a friendly counterattack. Step in three. Fears turns it down.
Can play that 4-5 and give them a little versatility offensively.
And there's Fears with it. Get free from Elijah Terry. Fears, foul line jumper, and foul. Just couldn't get one off over Luke Northweather. He turned it over. And here's Fears attacking, sprinting across the line.
You really have 5 guards out there.
And Fears cashes in one. The Jeremiah Fears got a goaltend call to his advantage and said it was a goal.
Jeremiah Fears back on the floor for Oklahoma, spinning away from the D, and that is his head on a swivel. Fears, pump fake, and a step back three. Fears wants it with 6 on the shot clock. That's defender. And the elbow jumper goes
made that nigga.
The shot clock.
Oh my God. He fucked that nigga up.
Fears wants it with 6 on the shot clock.
He didn't even do nothing for real. He fucked bro shit up.
Up top, and Godwin throws it down.
With the Ole Miss Rebels and what Chris Beard has going on. Has some really good players transferring in. Obviously, you have a head coach that has the pedigree. I would expect them, if you want to pick a sleeper, could be the Rebels.
Okay. They got their win over Georgia. Fears dumps off, up and under. Nice finish. Fears that step back. That's a deep 2.
Well, it's really in rapid form. Nice pass. There's Fears dropping a dime. McGee on the swat. Fears in traffic. Absorbs the contact. Fears. He's not going to pass that up. That's why he is an elite.
Fears again, passed up the three, shoots the mid-range, pure.
And him needed in the second 20.
Yeah, that first stanza.
There's that skip pass again.
And another three. Fears, the freshman, fearless in the lane, got it to go!
So far in 2 conference games against Alabama and Texas A&M. There's Fears curling off the screen, throws it up, Benwagi throws it.
For the NBA draft.
Fears downhill, dumps it off, the assist.
Begins on the bench. Bryson Goodine gets the start. That hot shooting three-point specialist. Fears attacking and finishing. Fears left open behind the back. And a finger roll. He's got stolen by Taylor. Ahead to Fears. Lays it up and in the second half. Fears crept in, found a way to the ball. Fears weaving his way through traffic. Spins it home. Fears connects from downtown.
Hands it off to Fears. Jeremiah goes left hand the whole way. 35 in a game and a half.
That's what you look.
This afternoon. Here's Fears. Jeremiah. Loggy. And rebound to Forsythe. Up ahead to Fears. Open floor. Takes it himself. 14 turnovers by South Carolina. Northweather fires and got that one to rattle home.
Miles hits the crossover, kick out, Fears, long three. Good. The freshman. That's good execution right there. Here's Jeremiah throwing it up. And Sam Godwin throwing it down.
That was
He'll pull it back out. Fears, the freshman, drives and lays it in.
Straight out of Miles. Fears with a long three and rattles that one home.
Guard Jalen Moore. I think Jalen Moore can be an all-league player by the end of this. He's playing like it so far this season.
Boy,
they've got to do a better job. Oklahoma shooting the ball well. If they don't turn it over, great pass. Great pass.
Fears working on Tanner.
Wow, she good off the bounce. Yeah. Really good.
Woo. 10 minutes to go. Here's Fears working on Carey. Reverse layup.
Tell you what's impressive, Dave. Both teams, all players getting back defensively when you don't think you're in the play.
Wow. Hanging in the air.
The degree of difficulty Vanderbilt has had to try to score with. My goodness.
Here's Fears working on Tanner. Oh, the no look to Taylor. He's had a couple of games where he's had double-figure points and 9 rebounds, 8 assists. And just Fears from straight away knocks down the throw. Just how deep this team is. Northweather open from 3.
That's going to be tough to pass out.
Fears, the freshman.
First shot at Tace.
Because they're going to have a 7-game stretch of top 25 opponents. I've never seen that in years of covering the school. Over 3 minutes without scoring a point. Fears, there's the finish. Fears blows by Gray on the hedge out and then gets another and one opportunity. Quickly into the front court. Fears lines up the 3 and hits it. He was made unavailable. Cam Carter denies Fears that time, but Fears sticks with it. So he's been a little off. Fears has it now. Jeremiah Fears rises high. That time it was higher. Pocket pass to Wagee, puts it in. That is 18 points and their best player on the bench today. Fears drains the 3. Oklahoma, they don't want to take a bad home loss to a 1-10 league team. Jeremiah gut punch on Saturday, losing at home to LSU. A game they had won all the way to the last 30 seconds. Nice, nifty time. Fears still plenty of time on the shot clock as he rises and buries it. Right, Yerner leading the way. He's got 8. Good time penetration. He just tries to take the big guy and he'll kick it.
You got to get it off quick. He does. Oh, and he knocked it down. Excellent relocation by Fears. Really well done.
5. Moore had it deflected, so no travel. Here's Fears. Shot clock under 3. 3 on the way. And it goes for Jeremiah. Matthews lost the handle. Little contact. Oklahoma on the run out. Jeremiah Fears with the stuff. Kinds of credit and all kinds of headlines. And again, not to take anything away from Jeremiah Fears. Shot clock already at 10. Jeremiah Fears on the drive, slams on the brakes, dumps it off, and Godwin there for the two-handed. Played more point guard than anybody else on this Mississippi State roster. Jalen Moore, 3, good.
Wasn't able to dish it off. Too easy.
Bulldogs in front by 5. Fears trying to get to the rim. Up with the left hand. What a pretty 72.3%.
Guy can coach.
The lob. Godwin with the finish inside. Fears left alone. 3 on the way and good for number 0. Fears working against Kugel into the corner. Jalen Moore, 3, good. That's his with the rebound, but he has it taken away by McGee. Now Fears, no look, inside, and a slam for Bryson. Fears feeds it inside to Godwin, off the window with the left hand. Fears on the drive, cut off, steps back to find a little space. How about
finish those possessions with strong rebounds, and the box out is very important.
Fears, a variety of moves in traffic. Fears on the move. Jeremiah Fears lays it up and in. No, Fears on the move. Moore. Great look from Jeremiah. Earlier today, who do you try to pattern your game after? Is there 1 or 2 players in the league? Fears, the bucket. Fears again, the lob. Godwin, the finish.
Beautiful screen.
Shot clock at 8. Fears in traffic, and we're
up his man so he can rise into that pull-up J. Sweet shot.
There goes Fears. Points in the paint now. Fears unable to get by his man, but the nice assist. Fears double team, gives it up. Miles steps into one, nothing but poke it away. There he goes, puts his head down all the way to the rim. Plus,
if you're a post player, you got to learn how to post up against smaller players too.
Fears contorts his first line of D, goes to the ground. Good pass, finding Godwin, throws it. Toughness. Fears off the bounce, finds the cutting Godwin, who lays it in. Fears. They'll find Forsythe in the corner, knocks down.
Mitchell had a career-high 25 in the first meeting between these teams. There's Jeremiah Fears.
His positivity, his vision of the big picture, and they're being rewarded this year. They've been absolutely unbelievable, and he's been dominant in many ways.
And now Grill and others left to try to guard Fears. Oh, what a move. Fake spin, drop it. Oklahoma 10-point lead as Fears attacks. Tough floater, banks it home.
Deep. When healthy.
Fears online with a 3. Oklahoma product recently. Fears whips it beneath, and Taylor has an easy one.
They will score enough points. Do they take care of it, and do they get stops down at this end in the half court? And they're right there, points off turnovers for Missouri.
Mitchell's got a dozen, and Fears has got another bucket. The baseline Godine, he saves it out for Fears. His leaner banks home. It stays here with the Sooners, though. Fears helps him get a reset. Jalen Moore open under the bucket, punches one home. Jalen Moore secures his 6th rebound, and Oklahoma can feel maybe their biggest win of the year. Fears to the rim and in.
Again earlier today at shoot-around. I'm not sure if it's because you were in the house and you're a former Hog, but he doesn't hog the basketball if the shot isn't there. Fears connects. And Larry into the backcourt, stolen by Fears, who jams it home. Fears to Goodine. That's a 3. And
when they got there, they both said it's nice to be home again. Her grandmother used to work in the president's office at Georgia. 7 from three-point land. Oh, man, Fears, no feed in this game. He gets it back, he rises. He buries it.
They try to find a mismatch with one of them. Let him go to work.
Fears. Stuffed by the basket. He's able to pick up his own. Fears. Yep. Knocks down another. Name like a dog food. Okay. Fears to the rack. Right? He wants to fire again. All the way. Yes, he does. He's got the last. They have missed 7 of their last 8. Fears decides to go to the rack, throws it up. He absorbed the contact. Tamales report, though. Oklahoma closed out and did not jump at Newell. Oh, huge 3 from Moore, Jimmy, there with his team up 8-0. Fears, they found Woogie underneath. The interior defense has been solid, but finally they break. Kentucky's so good with Williams and Carr both rolling out. Fears pretty. You talk about scores. He's one of them. As Fears penetrates against Chandler. He's deep and he lays it up and in. That's how he can get going. Fears. Boy, is he tough. And yeah, you're right, Jimmy, the baseline. Fears. Yeah, that one looked a lot better. A set shot right over Garrison. Fears dances around Williams. That was awfully impressive. He's awfully good. Fears.
Fuck the nigga. Hold on, now we running that back.
That was awfully.
He fucked that nigga up. Oh my God, boy. Where is you going? He need a map. He need a fucking map. What the hell?
It's 1-on-3. And he got it to the in. 4. Oh, what a play. What a catch by Fears. Second half. Has also been fouled 8 times in this game. Continuation for Fears. They set it up for Fears. He curls for a 3. And he got it. Jeremiah Fears. Moser. When Carr saved him. And then Fears ripped it away. Here's Moore. He throws it down. 1-point game. Another. He drives, lays it up, put his left, and it's in. And Oklahoma
for its first bucket.
Fears, look at this. With the left hand, that's silky smooth. Explosive.
And away from the double, too, if it does come. Fears over Caravan.
Oh, he banks it in for 3.
This is where Fears is dangerous.
Look at that.
A whirling dervish from Jeremiah Fears.
Puts it in. Tip in, doesn't go. Fears is there. Rebound, King.
And Taylor bangs in a triple.
How about that? A 4. Nice play.
What a steal. And it's Fears taking it to the rim for 2.
Fearless. Fears, screen Moore, switch Caravan. This is when you're always screaming, nice slip and pass.
Woogie extra.
He is so good.
Only 6 points they've scored this half.
He's so good with that ball.
Oh, count it and a foul.
And the ball. Riding off the ball fake the drive, and he's met by Bailey. Nobody helping. And it's rejected by Bailey.
Bailey has 19.
Again, knifing inside.
Getting some of these other guys going. This is dangerous. Jonas into the paint now. Gibbs Lawhorn had a block by Bailey. Bailey all by himself. Here we go.
Freshman from Brooklyn. You cannot lose sight of Ace Bailey. Pass to Hayes on the side. Hayes out to Bailey for 3.
He's in the gym this offseason.
Ace Bailey looking for that opening. Turnaround, jumper. Oh, what a pass inside. Kicking the ball off to the corner. Bailey left. Another step move from Bailey. Oh, so sweet. Getting around. Nice feed to Hayes underneath. Great ball movement. Ace Bailey for 3. Red Storm trying to muscle inside. They can't. There's Hayes. Bailey on the break. He's got to pull up for 3.
Here is Ace Bailey from the corner, giving this crowd what it wants for Rutgers. Bailey behind the back, 3 to shoot. Bailey fading away, got it. There's exchange up top to Bailey from the inbound. Over a minute to go in this first half. Bailey pulls up, Bailey knocks down by Dylan Harper. Harper, Bailey with some runway. A full house.
And again, second game here with Ace Bailey. What a feed! Not worried about that. Worried about getting better second half. Durkat, kick out, 3 on the way. That's Bailey, and that's Bailey, catch, turn, bucket, for real. And he says now Dad probably doesn't want to play him anymore.
It's always got to be the best feeling the first time you beat Pops.
Oh, Bailey.
To all the women out there that are really showing out on that side.
And inspiring again. Bailey. First of his college career. Step back. Adds to it.
His third game after missing the first 2 with a minor injury early. Bailey quickly takes the 3, rattles one in.
Wants to see Cotto take right. They do not want to spend a lot of time moving the ball around. They want to get him up.
Bailey with the Euro step in the follow. 31-19. His Rutgers team doesn't know what hit him. Got here pretty late last night. The Ace Bailey
here. If they want to have success in conference play.
After the rebound in transition, here's Cottle off the window. And an attempt there from Bailey to block it.
He has to turn Cottle into a driver.
Bailey, who's been disappearing in this, to take away again. And another steal. How about one more? It's back in Bailey's hands. He drops, he scores, puts it in.
Honestly, I don't have a problem with him eating it. I don't want to give up a turnover in that situation.
Oh,
last 8 shots and make it 8 of 9. Bailey with the offensive board.
To the rim with ease. Too easy for that man.
There's Bailey now. Trying to get going. Little turnaround is good. Harper. Bailey. Bailey's been quiet. Harper has been a showstopper. Bailey's got just 5. He fires the 3. Oh, that is. And right now, he's guarding Ace Bailey. Bailey, pull up. Bailey got it. Big shot.
They're going to be tested against these talented freshmen.
This will be a matchup to watch tonight. Ace Bailey goes strong. Where they cuff on him. With plenty of time on the clock. Steele's got a step.
Here against Harper. Diabate, jack of all trades. He has size and physicality.
Ace Bailey pull up
his feet, causing that turnover by Sears.
Bailey, another pull-up, same spot. And he got another one. Baron Philon pulls it back, and now Bailey with a steal. Bailey on a breakaway, and he hammers it. Rutgers has started to capitalize on those turnovers here in the last few minutes. Bailey rises up over Stevenson.
Got a mismatch inside Somerville.
Bailey pulls up and hits.
See a steady diet of Bailey and Harper here.
Bailey passes up a 3, steps into a beautiful game on Saturday night.
Dylan Harper's been quiet the last 4 or 5 minutes, B.A.
Bailey going to work here. Bailey sticks it. And that's 18 Alabama turnovers, and they lead by 6. Bailey in the corner.
Durkat driving from the top. Back in the hands of Bailey. He can always get his own shot. And 6-4 in his AAU days. There he is with the catch. Great look opposite. You can see their chemistry. Bailey, that brought rain in the front court. 18 fouls already. Bailey, look out here. So good, 2 contacts. Hayes out of the corner. It's Bailey back in the game. Garcia defending for A&M. Short clock here with 3. Squeezes through the baseline. Oh, he's able to create his own and beat the... Rutgers got a chance to tie it up here. Bailey from the mid-range. And this is where he and they are different.
They depend on getting to the free throw line.
They still can't find a 3, though. They're 0 for 9. And here come the scum this half. And yet A&M providing the electricity.
And rightfully he's calling an ISO for
this. Midway point of the shot clock. Bailey over 2. That was pretty. The season he ever has a side of the floor to himself. Oh,
that is beautiful.
Glad to have you with us. The Dylan Jabara, Candace Parker, J.B. Long. Is Bailey falling away. Ace is high in Las Vegas.
Down for Bailey. who's coming off his first Rutgers double-double. And the mid-range shot goes. Ever in Columbus. They're 0-8 all-time here. And right to Bailey to start the second start on offense. It was 13-13 at the first media timeout. And Bailey getting going. He's found that shot. And now back down to the spot where he's hit 2 shots. Does he have a third? Yes, he does. Late shot clock. Thornton through a double. Parrish late, down to 2. He had it contested. And great defense by Rutgers. Of course, took out the number 8 team in the country. Penn State with the Big Ten opening win. Oh man, fall away.
Boy, they miss a pole. Good job defensively.
Bailey off the glass. Up ahead to DeLeon, touch pass. 28. Harper inside to Bailey, that's pretty. Spin move, almost lost it. Another spin move, finds his fellow freshman. DeLeon wants it himself, swatted away.
The tools. That's just the 4th point off one of 6 takeaways that Seton Hall has. So this lead could be far larger than it is. And Bailey. Every day. On the other end, high.
That's a big shot. I'm not a huge fan of taking that many dribbles because that's. And he's smart, really smart. Gives up his body all the.
Bailey alert lead point. And now it's Toomey trying to check him. Getting a little bit of help with doubles after he puts it on the deck. How about that? How about that?
I mean, it's shown in this first half. But when you don't talk, guys don't know where to go or where they're supposed to be.
That's just a thing of beauty. That is a thing of beauty. And you know what? It's incredible making that move to the hoop with backdoor cuts late in the shot clock. And there's 8, 9, 7 of them this half. Bailey.
It'll be interesting to see Princeton if they sag back just a little bit off some of the shooters. Bailey with a floater. Steve Pikiell back right from under the basket to be able to finish it. Bailey. Steve. Not bad. No.
Plays even bigger than his size, Jim.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's Bailey.
Beat him to the spot on the inside.
Bailey got it. Ace Bailey. Timeouts looking. Oh my! It's taken away by Davis. Bailey for the lead.
Oh no, that was wild.
Steve Pikiell back right from under the basket to be able to finish it.
Bailey. Steve.
Not bad.
No. Plays even bigger than his size, Jim.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's Bailey.
Beat him to the spot on the inside.
Bailey.
What the fuck, bro? That nigga behind the backboard.
Oh my! It's taken away by Davis. Bailey for the lead.
It's the game against Fairfield today on this. Bailey,
Hey.
He didn't score in the first half against Fairfield. No points in the second. Scored 27 as there's Davis on the run out. Bailey, look out, another Euro, and finishes Harper. Double team him. Bailey, yes.
In the paint for Somerville.
Only 3 points for Harper. Bailey to the shot.
League right there. He can come right back and score quick.
He has 9 points. Alley-oop. It's Harper. Betry wants a backdoor look instead. Backs down Bailey. Betry denied on the hook shot here tonight. Bailey faces, hits it.
So the hardest part about transitioning from high school to the collegiate Division I level, and big time block right there.
Next assist, he's got the triple-double. Will it come here? Bailey leans in. Yes! Here's Harper. Back for Bailey. Swoops through 2 defenders.
Davis is going to leave it. I thought Jermichael Davis got away with the carry there. Bailey just too strong to finish. The veteran presence known as Unk around this team. Deep 2. Bailey smooth. Made him to this point. Tennis shoot now for Durkat. Bailey on the touch. Working on Goody. He'll rise over the top for 2. Bailey on the attack. Stop. Fade. Off one leg. Pure. Good kick in mock drafts. I'm showing you the whole arsenal early in this game. Maybe even more. Push it through. Wants to be better, but he didn't say, the plays work a lot better. The ball what's going in with some of these guys. Oh, the cross. Bailey. Unbelievable run. Davis. Head up. Bailey. Again. Is fired. Wide open. Leal. Bouncing inside. Oh, Bailey can do it all. Davis all the way inside. Can't finish. Somerville couldn't claim it. Oh, Bailey's right there for the chance. His first half running the show. Up ahead. Follow. Oh, wow. Bailey again. Sends him packing. 4-point game, 8 seconds left. Across with 4. Rice inside. Oh, punched. Bailey. Leo got it off. Oh! Bailey slowed him down. Hit the big shot at the end of the first half as well. Another block for Bailey, his 4th. Good help. Williams at the controls. Here is Bailey. Still looking for his first points in the second half.
There from Mike Woodson would say, what's the difference on that screen by Somerville? It's everywhere in America. But it's great. I mean, the crowd gets into it.
Bailey, same spot. Same result. 14 points, 10 rebounds. Bailey on the drive and the floater.
Oh, goody. Where you can say, man, that's a get-right game. Everybody's good.
Bailey is fouled. And
the thing for Ballo, though, is the cat's out of the bag now. I know Rutgers isn't a great playing a guy like Goody at the 4, and it does open things up for everybody else. And I'm not saying you want to play without Renew because he's one of their better players, but it does give a different dynamic.
Bailey. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Off on everybody else.
Bailey shimmy shake on the attack, floats it up and in, and the guy
that loads him up, whether it's finish himself. There's 0 for 5 to begin after
free throw to make it 14-8. Here's Tonje again, and he's met at the rim by Bailey. Tonje at the rim, didn't hear much from him at the end of the first half.
No, they guarded him well. First good look. How about that for Bailey? And I get out of the way.
Bailey backing in against Klesmit, the underclassman. Against
3 years, another year together, trying to place it on one side.
3 big on Bailey.
Always looking over his shoulder.
Heidi off the ball fake the drive, and he's met by Bailey.
He was a lawyer out there.
To the second of it, Smith.
He's running steps, maybe.
Somerville got away with it. Bailey lines up a 3. Bailey, good. He's getting some looks.
That whole set.
You can live with a miss like that. The process has been there as finally Bailey gets an answer. Here's Bailey on the drive, and he gets it to drop. Here's Mark.
Let them go to work. Nobody help them.
That's rejected by Bailey. Harper with 6 points on the night.
So good at using a ball screen. Nice cut. Center.
The finish for Bailey. Star of the Knights have made their last 5 on the field. Bailey down the lane. Soft touch around the rim.
A nice
team's in desperate need of a win early in conference play. Bailey puts it on the deck. Fades away.
How about that?
Back blocked by Bailey.
How about that?
Back accelerating. Ran into resistance from Davis.
He is strong.
Still it's Mack. Tried to go over top of Bailey. Picked up by Perry. Shot clock does not reset. Shot clock inside of 10. Bailey over top of
staring at him.
Williams trapped.
Look up.
Deflection winds up to Harper.
Oh, I took.
And Bailey will get fouled.
Oh my God, a 3-point play.
Of Rutgers from 3, because it's really the story with Nebraska's opponents all season long. How they do from 3 really tells a tale. 100%. Harper in the open floor, lost it, got it back, and the tip jam off the miss by first game in doubles. Williams since A&M on November 30th. Scoops it at the rim, wanted a foul, didn't get it. Now Harper will push to Bailey. Bailey in transition, the deep 2 is good. Pediatric brain cancer. 7 seconds and counting in the half. Bailey with a deep 3, and it's good. Fred Hoiberg thought he traveled. Bailey 4-on-4 right now. The bigs got tangled up underneath, and Williams is... Bailey, step back 3. Oh my goodness. No whistle, and now quickly Bailey up the floor. Loping to the rim for two. Man. Decision. He'll drive inside, and it's thrown out. Set opportunity for Rutgers. Can they take advantage? Bailey in the corner. Waits for traffic to clear, and he hits the three. Post up Martini. Draw double team. There's that double. And the open man is Bailey for the lead.
So well over 90%, so he's money from the line.
And crossover. How are you going to stop that from Ace Bailey? You're playing catch up this entire half. Now inside of 8 minutes and on top. Bailey looking to make it back-to-back buckets and does so. 8 turnovers as well.
Yeah, that's what you're going to expect from the players. Ooh, Bailey.
Ace Bailey.
Yeah.
Being felt early.
Rutgers continuing without their leading scorer. Bailey pulls up. Back-to-back threes. Hit one of those in the first half. Right back out to Bailey. He's now got 13 points.
Right now a little bit. Not quite as aggressive, looking for his own opportunity.
Bailey, that quick first step got him to the basket. The only players in the Big Ten top 10 scoring and rebounding. He's the game's high scorer and has 2 more. That gives him 17. 6 assists so far. Bailey, 17 points, looking for more. And he's got it.
That is so
7 points, well below his 20-point average. Bailey has 19. Oh! Look at 21. Harper, Rutgers still with life, only down 8. Bailey has 21. He's now got 23, back to 7. No timeouts left for Rutgers. Bailey, tough three. My goodness.
Inside Rutgers, tough on the interior.
Welcome to New York City.
And Big Ten basketball.
Yeah.
This guy in the early.
Huh?
Trying to clear it for Durkak. I would put Bailey inside of the elbow because he can elevate like this.
Yeah, that's the minimum.
Bailey hoists short.
That's the minimum. You know what minimum means? That's the smallest you can sing. You can't sing like 50 cents.
Bailey, the trailer.
You sing 200. So you already passed the minimum.
Bailey working against Leach this time. He's got a height advantage, and he elevated in the nation last year with Stony Brook.
What that to me?
That's a good sign that you could be on the floor at the end of the game.
Contested three.
No, you don't let it do
like that. That's the best you can do.
Yeah.
Keep him out of the lane, force him into a jump shot. Hopefully it's contested.
Oh, Bailey rattles that one down. They're going to look at that. Here's Bailey. 10 to shoot.
All right. No, probably not. I mean, if they did, I'd give you $1.
Shoot. I think Bailey's taking this one. All the way up and in.
Yeah, he's going to say Barnett. Yeah, good defensive effort that time.
Oh, what a split.
You did it.
And the hammer. Ace Bailey on the alley with only
All right.
3 team fouls.
Steve Michael's got to be pleased with how they started here on the road.
He's going to love Ace on clock. Acuff going to have to go to work with 5 to shoot. In the corner, it's Bailey. Catch. Shoot. 3 again.
Oh, yeah. Let me pay off.
4 seconds on the shot clock. Martinelli to find the rejection by Bailey. He'll throw it at the rim. It hits the rim. They stop the play. They call it a shot clock violation. It's rebounded by Northwestern.
And they really made it difficult for Bailey to even touch here.
Bailey in the paint, and that's the first field goal of the second half. It's a continuing saga. Who will slow down Ace Bailey? He'll try the 3 in the corner, and he will hit it on the baseline. Martinelli's shot won't go, and Davis will push it up the floor. Bailey and Davis, 2-man game on the lob to Ace Bailey. Yes. And the ball swatted out of bounds. Bailey making up for it on the defensive. Bailey and Barry battling down low. Bailey with the hook, and it drops. Taken away. Cheddar pulls it out, gives it to Pippen. Pippen on the run. No.
Rebound loose on the floor, and it's scooped up by Reuben Jones. Look at Cheddar's play, but it ends up in the hands of
able to knock down shots. Trey Donaldson off the timeout, back on the floor for Michigan with those 2 fouls. Ace Bailey, tough fadeaway to get his first 2. Patient. Here's Bailey again, knifing inside. Bailey to the rim. Durkat can light the fire here. The transfer from Merrimack. Good find. Bailey to the rim with that.
We were joking with Brad Underwood. That wasn't the same motto that I had in high school.
Bailey inside, knocks down into the paint. Now Gibbs Lawhorn had a block by Bailey. Bailey all by himself. Here we go. Boswell, Riley, Humrickhouse, Ivisic, Gibbs Lawhorn. Bailey leans in and hits it.
That's a tough one for Gibbs Lawhorn from 15.
Bailey around the corner. Bailey falls away. Come on.
Dangerous game with some of these switches that they're missing.
Yakachonis put it on the deck but missed the layup. And short. Ends up in Bailey's hands for a fresh 20. Bailey, size advantage over Boswell inside. He's got a dozen.
But the recognition in this game, Rutgers' 2-point defense hasn't been great. Here's the first play. What a shot by Bailey. A little Iverson cut across the top, and Will Riley burning it to the rim. Boy, Jeffrey Anderson was guarding Ace Bailey there.
Certainly a guy who can stretch the floor with a 3. Over to Ace Bailey, yet to score. And that's 3-point shooters.
Yeah, that's a huge difference in this offensive attack this season.
Bailey inside the arc. Another pull-up. He rattles it home.
46% from the field on shots off the dribble.
Bailey quick release. I'm not sure his feet will get it softly over the rim.
But that's what you got to do. If you're struggling, get to the foul line, get to the basket. Brock Harding has had some tough misses early in this game, but I love that in transition, you push that tempo and you get to the front of the rim.
Bailey got some space with the shot fake, and hits another
to the rim. Peyton Sanford, when he's going, he can get going with the best of them.
Bailey gets a step back hits as well. Ace Bailey took 3 shots in the first half. He made all 3. Now he's taken 4 and made all 4.
Williams around, and that's the big
18. Iowa up by 5. Bailey with the floater in the lane.
The difference, Oregon coming off a win, but both of them gave up 50 points in the second halves of their last. Over on the Rutgers sideline, Bailey, Rutgers. Ace Bailey. Whoa!
He steals.
Donnie's 3rd in the league in steals and 5th in rebounds.
Yeah.
Bailey, wow.
Backboard and stanchions in the way.
Bailey creating
that stuff
for Dylan Harper. Ace Bailey with 5. Make it 7.
The 2 things have changed here in the second half. Big 5 by Osador. 1-3-1.
Both these teams get about the same percentage of their points on 2s. Bailey, quick catch.
You know how good.
14 for Washington. Bailey, strong rebound.
Left hand.
And tough into the other side to Harris. What does Harper see? He sees Bailey free. 4 off
Jersey. It'll be Rutgers on the attack first. And off the bounce. Look at that. Ace Bailey. Rutgers back home after being on the road at Oregon and at Washington. Here's Bailey on the move. Back to that sideline. You're in a better way. Wow. Off the catch and fire. A strong guard. Big guard. They love that at the next level. Bailey pull up. Sweet. Yeah. Wind up losing by 16. Bailey straightens up and buries it. Need some quick scoring here. Oh, lovely move. Block. No goaltend. Saved by Ages.
You could probably average 12 points, but at the same time, sacrifice for this Wolverines team.
There's some aggressiveness from your guy, Ace.
And they have done a really good job of not forcing it. They're doing it with defense.
But they're not talking championships, and they're playing with house money being this high up in the conference.
Check.
Trying to get Bailey on a pull-up. Got him, and he nails it. Doing more than hanging tough with Michigan. Bailey.
That's the shot I was talking about.
Pull-up. Gale. Oh, Ace Bailey with the swat. Inside of 1 minute. 1-point deficit. Bailey. Fade away. What a shot.
First game, only going to be fascinating. I thought those 2 guys did a good job on Bailey in terms of making him work and contesting his shots.
Sometimes look at Bailey, jab, jumper.
Yes, sir. Through the big 3. You start getting some of these other guys going. This is dangerous. Ace Bailey's a little bit late, and it ends up costing you a 3.
Bailey on a cross, pulled, contested, he's got it, and one. After fire over Bailey, patient, leaner, and it'll end up in the hands of Acuff. Cherry picking Bailey for two.
Shot clock inside 10. Nice pass. Oh, what a block. How about that by Ace Bailey? Ace Bailey, shot fake, trying to separate, step through with the left. It's a big-time move by Azia. Is he going to keep going to the rack? He will. And Bailey rejected it and saved it.
Let him make plays.
Bailey.
Garcia has really contained his bounce. That's a major leash.
And also at his most recent stop at Arkansas. Ace Bailey, there's one of those tough pull-ups. Grant hit one. And a nice tip back in for his ball taken away there by Acuff. Harper corrals it, has Bailey.
Look out.
Up top. They are the lower seed here tonight. The first two games picked up by Bailey. Lower seed has one. Big steps in and one. Inside. Bailey stuff. Back to Harper. Williams gets to the lane, gives it up to Bailey, and he finishes. The 15, they trail by 11 at halftime. Now down 6, Somerville, back to Williams. Bailey 3, and that's good.
Guys are locked in and stepping into it with the utmost confidence for Scott.
And at the other end, that's exactly what everyone
was already anointed a captain. It just speaks to his leadership qualities.
Dylan Harper, a turnaround jumper. Harper picks up the loose ball for 3. Bottom. Rebound. Rutgers builds this lead to 30-17.
And a childhood friend of Ace Bailey. They grew up playing football together. Only 6'2", but averaged 3 rebounds last season for the Scarlet Knights.
Travel.
This is eerily reminiscent of last season's exhibition between these two games that resulted in an 89-78 win. As
both teams are attempting to play. Bailey over to Harper. Harper behind his back. Scoops underneath with the left hand. He floats it in. Good pressure from St. John's. Under 10 on the shot clock. Dylan Harper, the lefty. Oh! Banking it in. Harper with a little stutter step. Fade. Oh! Tickling that net.
Today, he said, nah, not on game day. I get nervous the day before a game. His first shot as the Scarlet Knight is a made triple.
Body fat for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights this offseason.
Here's Fitch, the freshman for Wagner on the floor for the first time. He's trying to chase down Harper. Takes it to the hole. Counted the foul. He's only been to the line once. Harper another steal. And the finish. Oh.
Separation and rising up with the defender right in his face.
Through. Already sold out.
Yeah, palpable buzz for sure, and rightfully so with this talent. How about that?
Vermeer Moore's got 5. He had been 1 of 9, but Harper beats him down the floor. It's just a physically imposing guard when you got smaller guys. Nice 5, and Hayes the finish. Some more. And now Rutgers on the break. 3-on-2 to Harper.
Championship level.
Rivalry game with Seton Hall. Well, interesting thing here for Steve Pikiell. He just put Dylan Harper back in the game, and you assume.
Scheduling standpoint, a lot of good tests, so we'll see what they're made of. It's only going to bode well for them as you get closer to Big Ten play.
That is
The NBA ready to come on in like 30 minutes. So I'm gonna be real. These next 3-4 hours, On lockdown. Y'all know what time it is. It's parlay time. It's time for the percolator. Come on, woman, nigga. It's parlay time.
You know, I got my other brother right here, too. We got DeAndre right there. Junior, stand up. Yeah. He does all our social media, so all the stuff you've been seeing, that's him.
100 mil, I needed. The glory, I needed. I took L's but walked around like I was undefeated. I saw no results, I still woke up and chased them. They told me to find myself, instead I want to find a way.
Everybody got on jury. Even the baby got a little something. We ready now.
I put on for my city.
Have a good time. Well, what I'm going to Miami? I saw it online. Stand up.
No,
I'm
for real though,
stand
nigga.
up. Stand up.
I put on for my city, on for my city, put on. East side, west side.
We went on Dom's yacht. We went on the beach. We hung out with each other and had a good time.
Hey, who's the catalyst though? Who got everybody together and said, let's go from Miami, let's do this? I know it was you, man. I'm just going to train you well. Self, you ain't had to do it? Y'all took the youngsters with you?
I was only by myself.
Why you by yourself? You got the whole team with you.
Man, hit me up.
Okay, I saw a picture with a bunch of y'all. Who's all on the picture? That whole crew right there? Why y'all didn't call me and let me know y'all was going? I'd have got the yacht for you. You had a good time? What'd you do?
That's how you feeling.
You trained this year? Ben didn't want training. They wasn't training. They weren't doing no training. What you do, 14?
No, they was training.
You were training too? Ben ain't break no cleats, no shoes, no nothing. Yeah, y'all doing some footwork. You doing some ab. Y'all trying to do some ab work, right? You weren't doing no footwork. Y'all had a good time? That's good, good. Sit down. Who else had a good time this I know George. See, George, where you went? I know you did something. What you do? Mexico. You in Mexico? Yeah. What part? Cabo. Hey. All right. Anybody else? Well, Robert, I know you go. Come on, man. You the best trip taker ever.
Cancun. Went scuba diving. Yeah.
Tell them where you usually go, like the places you usually frequent.
I mean, we're going to Japan after graduation, so I'm excited.
Japan?
Yeah.
All right. You go to Greece too, right?
Yeah, Greece.
Where else?
Iceland, Ireland.
Yeah, he take trips. He ain't with the little hood stuff. He take real trips. He say, well, you ain't gonna see one of us there. He take trips. You ain't gonna see one of us there. Who else went anyway? Who else did anything? Spring break. JB, you ain't do no hunting, fishing, whatever?
Them real trips. Like, he ain't lying,
Successful?
bro. Them real trips.
Okay.
It's a difference.
20 what? Okay, thank you for the invite. Appreciate that. Who else? Anybody else do anything on the break? Nobody did nothing? What you do, big fella?
I was fishing with JB.
You fish with JB?
First time.
Is your first time? Yeah. Did you catch something? How you catch it? I would never go somewhere. I like to go catch it. I don't like to go fishing. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else do anything interesting? Coaches? Any coaches go anything? Carrot Top, you went anywhere? Any coaches don't do anything?
I went to New Orleans, ran into Cash Cleveland's dad down there.
How did that happen?
We were at the casino. Your dad's a wild dude.
You actually ran into Cash Cleveland?
He was with Jackson, Smith, and Jigbo. We were in this private room, and he was with myself.
Big money, man.
Oh, no, cash come for money. Y'all don't know if y'all know that. Don't get this twisted. You can look at Cash. Yeah, Cash is doing this. He don't need this. All right. Okay. Y'all for a multitude of reasons, not just football. I'm proud of you for the way you're attacking your grades, the way you're attacking study hall. We had 100% comeback on time, correct? And they worked their butts off when they came back on time, correct? I got all those wonderful reports. We're not really missing stuff. A few of y'all still a little sketchy. We're going to get that straight, though. We're going to get you up out of here because we have a wonderful thing going right now. Everybody has one mind, one focus, and we understand the goal at hand. And it's on you to get better because everything you need is in the room right now to be successful. You're about to witness a pro day on Friday that a multitude of these guys were sitting right where you're sitting at this time last season, and they're going to get an opportunity to put on in front of the scouts. Now, what separates them from you? Think about that. Is there anything? Talk to me. Give me some things to separate those guys from you. What separates those guys from you? They were sitting in the same seats, right? They had the same uniforms on, right? They had similarly to some of the same coaches, right? They're on the same practice field, right? Getting the same instructions, right? So what separates them from you? Opportunity. They had an opportunity, and some of them fulfilled it and seized it and went and dominated the opportunity. So now they're getting another opportunity to do what? Fulfill their dream. You're going to have at least 32 teams represented here on Friday. That's the audience you want to put on in front of. Think about that every day. What if you had, how would your practice be different today if it was 32 teams out there? Would it be different? Anybody? Red Bone, would your practice be different today if it was 32 teams out there?
Yeah.
Okay, who else? Would your practice be different?
No. Shouldn't be.
It should be. I ain't want to help them, Jordan. You helping them. Why would it be different? Because you got different eyeballs on you? Because you should practice the same regardless of what? Because the Campo and his crew always got an eye on you, right? What's one of the first things they ask for when they come in here, Court?
How do they practice?
How do they practice? But do they ever want to see tape?
Those are practice tape.
Practice tape determines how you're going to play. Practice like garbage, you ain't going to get an opportunity to play like garbage. That's not going to happen here. But practice is everything, fellas. And those guys are getting an opportunity, some of them because of the way they practice. And the scouts are betting on them that the way they practice is the way they're going to play. And what they've seen on tape is consistent for who they're going to be at the next level, because it only gets better. Like, you take the best players in here and you put them to the next level. You take the worst players in here, you send them home. You take the average players in here, you get them jobs. That's going to be. I mean, what's the percentage? Anybody know percentages of guys in this room that's going to go pro? What is it? Anybody? Let's just say out of this whole room, these guys right here, everybody in green goes pro. So what's up with the rest of y'all? What y'all gonna do? Because y'all had the same opportunity they had. So what y'all gonna do? What separates y'all? We'll figure that out. Because this thing is coming to a halt. This thing is getting real. And you're gonna see some guys out there that you're gonna say, I don't know why he training, I don't know why he working out, because he don't want to let go of his dream. Because where else is he gonna go? Where else is he gonna go, and what else is he gonna do? Because that dream is real. But you gotta understand, your dream has an expiration date in this game. And that expiration date is real. Understand that? Sure. Maximize your moments and make the most of it. Let's have a great day. Watch special teams today.
We start your morning off saying, oh.
Did you say what we saw each other yesterday evening?
Oh, we did.
Yeah. We had a nice time yesterday.
What, the house? At the house? At A house.
At A house.
Ooh. Without indulging too much. Ooh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Grown folks.
Damn. What time you live your truth? By the time you live your child, man.
Good day and God bless. It's April the 1st. I'm too cool to be an April Fool. So let's just get that straight off the rip. Don't go for any foolishness today whatsoever. Here goes the morning word. Are you giving life your all? I rarely start with a question, but a question is to challenge you to answer. Are you giving life your all? Are you emptying yourself, and are you available when God calls? I like that. Am I emptying myself, but am I available when God calls? See, these answers are what separates and define you from the rest. When you go all out, give all out, and you're still available for whatever God desires of you is the plan of success. Let's go. Now I'm going to expedite the reading. Are you giving life your all? Are you emptying yourself? And are you available when God calls? You can't be too busy. These answers are what separates and defines you from the rest. When you go all out, give all out, and you're still available for what God desires of you is a plan of success. Don't be too busy for life. You got to be available when God calls you collect. If I were you, I would accept the charges. On my phone it. I would accept the charges. God bless.
I'm pissed. See you, boy. Big money booming over there.
Fellas, I'm always trying to talk to y'all, encourage you, motivate you, inspire you, trying to get you to the next level. I need y'all to do that for me today. I need to know what y'all want to do today, so I can ride with y'all. So tell me what y'all want to do today.
Work hard.
Work. Okay, that's what. Work hard.
Be great, coach.
Be great. What's number 3?
Win.
Win.
Finish.
Make plays. Make plays. Communicate. That's what y'all said. That's what y'all said. I didn't say that. That's what y'all said. So what do I expect? I expect what you said. So let's go get it. Everything you said you're going to do it. You had how many days off?
2 minutes.
So that means you should be real fresh, right? So let's go get it. Everything is going to be full speed today. We good with that? Sure. We good with that? Break it down to 8. Hey, I'm on you all day today.
You can't. Oh, he's on you all day. Hey, get money on me. Get money on 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, money.
I'm Miss Tessa Ghostman, and I'm interviewing for strength and conditioning.
Morning, fellas. My name is Miss Morgan Cote, and I'm interviewing for a strength and conditioning position here.
Okay, the two are interviewing for strength and conditioning. Sell it. Why should I hire you?
All right. I've been at every single level. I've been at a small D1 level. I've been at a bigger time D1 level. I was a football assistant for 2 years. I wasn't even hired on to be a football assistant. I was at Middle Tennessee State. I was hired on to be an Olympic, so only work with female teams. I worked with football in my spare time because I just really enjoyed it. That's where my passion has always been. That's where I wanted to be. Wasn't a lot of females working in a D1 strength and conditioning environment, right? I showed up every day. I worked my ass off. Head coach came to me and said, hey, we got an open spot. I want you to come over and work on the football side. I think that alone says a lot about my work mentality and the work ethic that I show up with every day. I've been in 3 different NFL weight rooms. I was in my first NFL weight room when I was 20 years old. I was with the LA Rams as an intern, 2018. After that, I've done 2 training camp internships, one with the Falcons, one with the Russian. I know what it takes to top. I know what it takes to start off as a little freshman when you come in as a redshirt, and I know everything in between. And I'm very passionate about making sure that I help you guys get to your highest potential on and off the field.
Story's a little bit different. I'm a little bit of an underdog. I'm Canadian originally. Came to the United States when I was about 10 years old. Had nothing to do with football. Had no idea what football was because it was hockey. I grew up in a hockey household, but I went to Texas A&M and I was immersed in what football is in America. So I'll tell you what, boys. When you walk into a football weight room, you feel that energy in the air. That's what I fell in love with. And if there's anything that I bring to a weight room, it's just that, is that energy, right? I want to make sure that I'm that spark to y'all's flame. and give you guys anything and everything that you guys need to be successful on and off the field. I want you guys to be hype. I want you guys to be energetic. But more importantly, I want you guys to have the culture that you need to be successful and be great young men while you do it.
Now I see why she here. Because she did what with her opportunity? What you did with your opportunity?
Seized it. Capitalized. Happy to be here.
You can't lie. You did, though.
Maximize it.
You just have to stand here, right here.
He took that job. Look, damn, this is
Use
crazy.
this drill a lot, so.
That's the world for your ass. Like, no bullshit. That shit crazy.
You in college?
Nobody here. Get out of the way. Hey, how hard is this?
It's not a tackle. 12.
Let's go hop to west left slot. Listen to me now. Hop to west left slot. I got
Get off the ball. Off the ball.
Hey, we back up. Let's clean this up.
Hey, this is red left, red lock.
Move that home. Huh? You supposed to catch that, man.
The lemon water is still around.
Who's lemon water now?
77. Big dog. Jordan Seaton. Big C.
What about Keenan?
Oh, he gets something else. I'm kidding.
Hey, don't let him get in our head, because he goes. They go, yeah. Don't let that phase you. Yeah, don't let that phase you. Let's keep going.
minutes to catch your breath. All right, what do we want to see here? Setting edges. I want to see guys go 2 to 1. All right, we're setting edges. We're rushing the passer. Okay, so we can mix it up and go back and forth. All right, but nothing gets